Recording in progress. morning. Morning. Good morning. Hello. Hi. Good morning. How are you? Welcome to this workshop. So I'll just kindly requesting if we can come in front. We're going to start in 10 minutes time. Good. Thank you. Great, great. You can see Daktari is coming. Good. So let's just wind up. Then we start in 10 minutes time.
Recording in progress.
Mic check. Is that Popo? So, mic check. So, mic check, mic check. Mic check. Good. That's okay. All right. So, I'm starting the program. I'm starting. Yes. Good morning once again. Good morning. Good. Now we are starting officially. Just kindly requesting if we can take our seats. I'm so sorry for the guys at the back, but we are bringing some more seats for you guys. So thank you. Waiting for us to settle down. Great. Wow, so once again, welcome the workshop. I'm seeing some very serious minds inside here. Engineer Derega is there. I can see him. He's always been coming here every single time. Daktari is here again. Recognize you. Thank you. Dr. Msonye, we recognize you. And finally, our head and Ms. Caro, we recognize you again. So we can now start. I'll kindly request if we can stand up for a word of prayer and the national anthem. So let's believe and pray. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we come before you this morning. We thank you, dear Lord, for this opportunity that you have given unto us to come and deliberate, my Father, on the issues of energy efficiency and professionalism in this country. My God, see, my Father, we have so many experts, so many professions here. My Father, as they sit down to talk of this issue, my Father, be with us, guide us as we make the footprints for the future generations to come. We love you and exalt you. As we come to the end of this meeting, we shall remember to give you all the honor and the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. So let's still stand up for the national anthem. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. As well in peace and liberty, let to be found in our bond. Oh, thank you for being patriotic. Let's have a seat. Even if some of us, like me, missed some stanzas of the national anthem. So thank you again. We are going to break from the protocol a bit. I'll kindly request Dr. Engineer Msonye to come, make a few introductions, and then he'll be able to usher in Ms. Caro to take over with the DG's remarks. Thank you. Karibu Daktari.
All protocol observed. I greet you. Good morning. And I take this opportunity to welcome you to this workshop. I can see the program we had introduction was supposed to make, although I'm sure by making introductions it might take long for us to do so. So we will be interacting in the course of this meeting, we are going to be introducing ourselves, of course. But then I'll be honored to introduce a number of people here who've come for the meeting. First of all, of course, I'll recognize the Ministry of Energy, who are the movers of this project that has been going on. And the ministry has been represented by David Mutisia, who is David, stand again, please. Yes, David Mutisia is Director, Renewable Energy in the ministry. Then, of course, we'll have Caroline. She's from EPRA, and she'll be representing the Director General. Maybe when she comes here, we'll see her. Then our consultant, who has been carrying out the work, of course, Dr. Kaberere. She insists we call her Karen, but because it's a very official function, I'll call her Dr. Kaberere. She's from Sustainable Energy Initiative, and of course, she has come with her team. Dr. Roy is also with us. Of course, the other EPRA staff, which is here, we have Hasid. Hasid, please stand there. They see you. Hasid is well known, of course. Then we have Nixon. Nixon is our Mr. Fix-It. He has been assisting us to bring this event together between the ministry, EPRA, and the Sustainable Energy Initiative. Then we have the DTU team, which is not here, but I'm sure it will be following us online. That's Denmark Technical University. We have Dr. Talat Munish and Dr. Choti. They're the ones we've been working with in this project, but they are not here today. And of course, we also have our team there, communication team. Maybe just stand us here with the team. So basically, that's the team we're having at the moment. And I'll wish to, of course, welcome you for this event. My name, I have not introduced myself. It's Fenwix Musonye. We will be talking more when I come here to set pace for the project. So Caroline, please welcome to give the DG's remarks before we can get going. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to read some brief remarks from Mr. Daniel Kipto, who is the Director General of the EPRA. He could not join us this morning because of other commitments, but he is aware of what we are doing and is in full support of the activities of today. So the representatives from the Technical University of Denmark here present, that is online, Ministry of Energy, the Association of Energy Professionals present, the members present, our assessment consultant, Dr. Kaberere, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first begin by thanking the Technical University of Denmark for commissioning the assessment of skills and knowledge gap in the energy efficiency professionals in Kenya. This will go a long way in improving our energy efficiency and complement government efforts on matters energy. We are grateful that you chose Kenya as one of the countries to benefit from this program, which aims to strengthen local vocational skills in energy efficiency. Kenya has been championing energy efficiency for about 2 decades now, and as the authority, we have some regulatory instruments which guide the energy efficiency in the country. These are the energy appliances and labeling regulations, as well as the energy management regulations, which I'm sure most of us in the room here are well aware about. As you may know, the main objective of the energy efficiency regulations is to improve energy efficiency and conservation among medium and high energy consumers in Kenya. So the target is industrial, commercial, and institutional facilities that consume more than 180,000 kilowatt hours of equivalent of thermal and electrical energy per year. Ladies and gentlemen, Despite these efforts, there exist some skills and knowledge gaps that need to be addressed if Kenya is to attain the desired level of energy efficiency. We are happy that the Technical University of Denmark has volunteered to help us identify and close those gaps. Energy efficiency professionals, both energy auditors and energy managers, require technical and energy management knowledge, as well as analytical and financial and accounting skills. They also need to know the relevant regulations, standards, and best practices in energy management. According to this study, most of the energy auditors in the country have around 88% of energy auditors have CEM certification, while the remaining 2% are either certified energy auditors or professional energy manager qualification. While this is commendable, there is need to have more energy efficiency professionals with advanced knowledge on the matter. Only about 30% of the energy auditors in the country hold a master's degrees in energy management, which is recognized as an alternative to certification by the licensing authority. So the assessment that has been carried out here today by Dr. Kaberere and her team has established that there exists skill and knowledge gaps in some areas that are key to efficient energy management. These include heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems, energy consumption monitoring, compressed air systems, and energy accounting, among others. I call upon energy efficiency professionals to enroll in relevant courses to bridge the gap depending on every professional's needs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky that here in Kenya, there are several organizations and institutions offering short courses on various aspects of energy efficiency. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers and the Association of Energy Professionals of East Africa have been offering these courses for a while now. Several other private companies have been accredited by NITA to offer short courses. So for those who are looking for an advanced degree in energy efficiency, you will be happy to know that the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology, Moi University, and Kenyatta University are among the ones offering courses that are relevant to energy efficiency. At the moment, energy auditor skills are generalized and not specific to particular sectors or specific specialized systems. As the energy efficiency sector grows, however, there will be need to have more specialized sectoral training in manufacturing processes for the auditors so that they are better placed to deal with sector-specific issues. Once again, let me thank the Technical University of Denmark and the team led by Dr. Kaberere for organizing this workshop and for taking steps to help us improve our energy efficiency. I also want to take this opportunity to wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Naro, for those remarks. We'll now invite back Daktari to the moment. Good. Good. So we are going to do a small poll. Let me remove my mask. We are going to do a small poll, and on top of your tables, you might find a link. I'm so sorry for guys physical participating because you'll have to key in that link on your phone, and then we can fill the first 4 questions. So you can just start as we talk. So it's a small piece of paper. It's definitely white. Yeah, so we'll give ourselves 5 minutes just to fill in the first 4 questions, and then we are going to proceed. Feel free to interact. So we can start right now. Time, the time is it's 9:25, so we can do this by 9:30. We are done. Good. See, most of us are on their phones. Good. That's great. Okay. The Wi-Fi name is ACCOR. It's an open Wi-Fi. You can log in. Good. We are here to exhaust our 1 minute, so let's continue doing that. For guys online, we are posting the link on the chat box, so you'll just be able to copy paste it to your browser. Let's continue with that. So most of us are continuing. Great. So engineer, I want to say hi to.
So basically, I think the first 4 questions is to know who we have in the meeting in terms of your experience in the subject matter, what we are discussing today. We fill the first 4. Then we'll be able to proceed. And then as you fill, make sure you identify 3 commonalities with your neighbor, because I'll be pointing at you. You tell me what 3 things do you have in common with the person you're sitting next to. And it's not all about energy. So I don't expect you to tell me we are both auditors, or you all graduated from the University of Nairobi. Yeah, especially acid here. So once you are done, you can signal us so that we proceed. Who has not finished? Are we all done? Any challenge with the link? No, you're answering the first 4. Then you submit. Yes. I see in the revised technique very seriously. It's not an exam. The one who scores everything will get a first class. So I think we are done. For those ones who haven't finished, we will proceed as we go on. At this juncture, we'll welcome Dr. Msonya to come and give us a few remarks.
So thank you, Engineer Bukachi. When I saw that program, and I saw I'm supposed to kickstart the discussion, I was trying to imagine what I was supposed to do to kickstart that. So when I sat here today, I realized one thing probably I need to use, like the way you follow when planning for a lecture. Anytime people meet and their meeting talk about energy efficiency, there are only 2 things that we are thinking of. The very first thing is we are saying that anytime we are using energy, we are causing some cost to the environment. So there's an environmental cost to use actually also production of energy, generation of energy, and use of energy. There's always a cost to it. That's we call this an environmental cost. Then there is always the financial cost to it. I'm starting from this point because I know in this audience we have students who have come here with Professor Engineer Makoha. So when you're talking to them, we start from that anytime you're talking about energy, you're talking about two costs that you're supposed to deal with. You want to deal with the financial cost of using energy and the environmental cost. Of course, that's a very global way of looking at the issues. Then, of course, now we want to come close and see how does it affect us locally. In Kenya, in 2015, there was the Paris Agreement. Some people say Paris, Americans say Paris. The Paris Agreement in 2015, where people are given nationally determined contributions, NDCs, where countries are supposed to reduce their emissions. And Kenya was given their targets. These targets keep on changing, evolving. Like in December last year, we submitted new targets where the country now intends to reduce emissions by 32% based on business as usual in the year 2030. And when we talk of business as usual, we are saying that in the year 2030, if we don't do anything the way we are doing things right now, if we don't change, we will be producing 143 metric tons of CO2 equivalent to the atmosphere. But now, the Kenya being one of a good member in the international state, in the international stage, Kenya is not a pariah state, so we like being in good terms with the international community. The country now committed to reduce that 143 by 32%. Actually, you realize that the country, the target that Kenya was given by UNFCCC is a bit low, but the country recognizes that it can actually reduce 86 metric tons of CO2 equivalent by 2030. And this is, of course, in the entire economy. But when you look at the energy sector specifically, the energy sector has a target of 48 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So you see, that's more than half of the country's targets. And how do we do this? Of course, it's through these energy efficiency things. Then, of course, as also we talk about environmental costs, we talk about financial costs. We've had people complaining about the cost of energy. The energy is so high. My friend Dereva there, he's an auditor, and he has his clients complain about energy. But then we say, of course, energy efficiency is the first line of defense all the time. If you find that energy is very expensive to you, the first thing is, of course, you have the internal look. You look inwards and you try to see if you are doing the correct thing. And the correct thing is, of course, to use energy prudently to make sure we are reducing the costs of purchasing that energy, but maintaining the output and the quality. And of course, that's where energy efficiency comes in. As energy efficiency is the first line of defense, of course, the other things you look at, but the biggest component of energy efficiency, which can assist us actually to improve in our economy, is energy audits. We can be efficient, of course, in our own ways in our domestic applications, but when you look at the bigger picture, energy audits carry a very big load of energy efficiency. And when you look at energy audits, of course, we talk of our soldiers, our gallant soldiers in energy auditing are energy auditors. Energy audits without energy auditors is zero, of course. So we need to have energy auditors who are doing these audits in a proper way. Of course, we need a good number of auditors to be on ground, and even going by the speech of the DG, is that we need to have more professionals in the field. As we even have these more professionals in the field, we need to grow quality and quantity. They have to work on the same path, because you see, you could be having 1,000 energy auditors who are doing work that's not good. And when you talk of quantity, we need to make the process cheap and easy for people to go through. And of course, when you talk of easy, you're not saying it's simple. It's never simple, it's complicated. Of course, if you ask any licensed auditor in this hall, it'll tell you it's not very easy, very simple way to become an auditor. Then, of course, when you talk of quality, quality is a moving target. you always seek to improve more. Those who've done TQM, Total Quality Management, of the Kaizen, the Japanese philosophy, where we are supposed to be making incremental improvement. So most of the times when you see now the ministry, Sustainable Energy Initiative, EPRA, KAM, IPEA sitting here in such an event, it's Christmas, I know, but we've had the hall is full and others are following us online. It's because we have interest in quality. That's why our veterans who are already licensed, they were licensed many years ago, they have also come for this meeting because they know quality is a moving target. So one way, of course, of understanding quality or even improving quality is to assess where you are. If it's a moving target, it's moving from point A to point B. So you need to know where your point A is. And now our consultant here, Dr. Kaberere, and DTU came to tell us where our point A is, so that we know we are at this point and this we are supposed to go. How do we know where our point A is? Of course, it's through the skills gap analysis study that the consultant did, which is important. Why is it important? One is because it will assist us to come up with a training, so to speak, objectives. When we are having our workshops, it's easy for us to say we want to go and talk about this this area, this discipline in energy auditing, because the study that was carried out by Sustainable Energy Initiative showed that this area there was a gap. That's one way of doing it. So the output of the study is important in improving the quality of the existing auditors. That's one thing. Then number two, of course, we need to bring in new blood. Our veterans here, Bill Mundia is here, and Mangerere, Njuguna, and all that. Of course, they are going to exit the stage at some time. So when you bring in new people, we are supposed to bring them in basing on the reality of what the study has come up with. So this will assist us in, of course, growing the quantity. How do we grow the quantities? Because, of course, from the results of this study, we hope to come up with a TOT, manual, training of trainers. I'm sure DTU online at the ministry is here, of course. So that's our next project. We are supposed to make a training of trainers, trainer manual, which will assist in improving trainers to improve the quality of the auditors. Then number two, of course, we're also supposed to develop a local curriculum. I know there are people here who have gone through the CEM and the MSc. Some of us are lucky to go through both CEM and MSc, and we know the gaps that exist there. Sometimes we find MSc is knowledge-based most of the times, but not skills-based. Much as CEM is skills-based, it still has an issue because it's been designed for mostly the American market. So it's most of the time it's deals with the building sectors and not industrial sector. So we need to develop a local curriculum, which will be one, whose training cost will be a bit easier than the CEM, to make sure we're having many people in the field. Then number two, which will now appropriate solutions to energy efficiency, because you might have to go through lots of books to find something about efficiency in the tea industry, because it's not those who design the curriculum don't have tea industry maybe in their areas, or the sugar industry. So that's where we are going from here. Maybe before I set the ball rolling, I'll thank the ministry, specifically David. We worked with him for quite some time. Actually, this is his project, but it's been very useful for offering policy direction in energy efficiency in this country. So EPRA, of course, is very grateful for that, and for his role in actually linking with DTU and even securing the consultant to do this work. Of course, DTU, we're also very grateful. DTU has not only been working with us in this project, but has also been useful in development of the National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy, which was published sometimes this year or last year, not very sure. But DTU has been very keen in issues of energy efficiency in the country. We are grateful. Of course, we always promise that we will use, or we will consolidate the existing gains that DTU has given us, and to make sure that we can set the ball rolling. Then, of course, we need to embark now on the next journey, even as we will be done today, of now looking at the curriculum itself, so that we can now address the specific skills gap challenges that have been outlined in this study. Lastly, thank you very much for attending. I didn't know we will have such a large gathering, but we are so grateful because I know our stakeholders are taking energy efficiency seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. for setting the pace for this event. Key things that I picked, one that I'm very passionate about is we should have a local curriculum, right, for energy efficiency, make the programs that we offer on building capacity more affordable. And it will be a good step, and I think it will be the first step for one of its own in the region. I doubt there is any country in the Eastern African region which has a local curriculum. So without taking much time, I don't know if Osea, you are ready. So you'll give us the results of the poll that we took, basically just to understand what caliber of people we have in this workshop before then we bring on the Ministry of Energy.
Yes, engineer. Yeah, they're just coming up right now. So there we go. By the time of the poll, we had 54. Maybe you can just increase it. Just go up, up, up. We check how many people the sample. So we had a population of all people that was 74. So maybe engineer, we can try and break the statistics for us to understand. So just a moment. Let that
let's give them a few minutes, I think.
that just a second.
So what is the highest qualification?
That's 63.5. That's what.
63.5% have degrees.
So majority of people have degrees, yes, true.
I don't know why they don't have PhDs. But the good thing, we have 9.6 PhDs, quite a handful out of 52 responses, which I think is a good response. Let's just go. And the good thing also, they're in energy and engineering. Do you hold any certification? 40%. Have a certification in energy management. Maybe you could have asked why they don't have, because they have either a degree or a master's or a PhD in engineering or energy. Could be because of the cost, but I wouldn't want to preempt the findings of the study. How many years have you practiced? Up to 3 years, 48.1%, quite impressive. And more than 5 years, 38.5%, which I think is a good representation. Have you attended an energy efficiency training course in the past 3 years? Okay, I just go up. Sorry. Number 4. Okay, so 69.4%. have attended an energy efficiency training course in the last 1 year, which I think is a good feedback. It means people are interested and going through trainings for energy management or energy efficiency. I think we'll stop there at this point. Then I invite our senior, who is Mkisia, to come and make remarks from the ministry.
Thank you very much, Bukachi and team, for giving me this chance to share very briefly on the role of the Minister of Energy in capacity building. One of the roles is exactly what we are doing now, bringing all of us here to share, to understand our gap in terms of skills in energy efficiency. The Ministry of Energy has been spearheading energy efficiency in industry specifically with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers together with EPRA for some time. And sometimes we looked at the way we do business and we realized we needed to do more. And that's the reason why in 2018, the ministry approached the Copenhagen Center for Energy Efficiency, and we did an agreement of collaboration. That is one of the key steps that the ministry achieved, that collaboration with the hub for energy efficiency while looking at what the Sustainable Energy for All strategy or initiative was all about. So we quickly took advantage of this hub, and we have a working relationship, and that is the reason why we decided as a low-hanging fruit to look at ourselves and see how much we know and how much we can know. So with that, we came to realize also that we needed to do things in a structured way. And that is the reason why we did our energy efficiency and conservation strategy together with you, with the stakeholders. And in engineer, you're forgetting it was last year, September. We launched this strategy. Although the situation was not so conducive because of the COVID, we had to do it virtually. But we got a lot of input from the professionals that are seated here in one way or another. And that is the best way to do things. We worked on the strategy together, not as a ministry, but we did this together with the other interested stakeholders, parastatals in the ministry, other ministries, professionals, and together we started the journey together, and we are still working on it in a structured way. We now have a strategy. And if you recall the strategy, we realized that we had worked on one theme, two themes, industry and households for quite a while. And together we also decided to move extra mile to include agriculture with industry as a theme. And then we also moved to buildings, and we ventured ambitiously to transport. So you engineers, you auditors, you've been buyers on industry. You will be required now to think of transport. What can we do there to increase energy efficiency and conservation in transport? You may not be fully involved there, but how can you contribute to energy efficiency in transport? Because that is one of the identified theme or thematic area that the strategy said we have some actions to do. You have your space there as a professional, as an auditor. So if we have been concentrating on industry, we need more capacity for the other thematic areas. And if we have that, that's good. Now, like now standing here, how do I want to see energy efficiency moving? What capacity do we need to have. We need a capacity where we can understand ourselves, what we need to consume. You are a consumer. What do you need? Because we need to increase competitiveness, we need to increase investment, and we also need to enjoy life without polluting the environment. So we are professionals here who are going to do that. I want to give you one of the challenges that I see. If we do good in this region, then others will follow. And we can also take advantage and make money. KenGen. KenGen has been good in doing business. And GDC. So when Ethiopia wants to, any other country wants now to develop their energy generation, they are using our parastatals to do business there, to build their capacity there. So when we are exporting expertise, that is good. Safaricom is doing very well here. Efficiency is quite high, IT. We're now moving to the region to do business, and I'm sure, I can quote in Ethiopia, now they're using Safaricom, our own experts here, to set their systems there, because we are ahead there. So energy efficiency. I really want to see competitiveness. I will be interested to see us being imported or exported, exported, to do what you do in our neighboring countries. We set the ball rolling. I want to say you are energy service provider. Dereva, I posed a question in the wall of IPEA. Are we here? Do you know what we are doing? Are we competitive? Can we take advantage of what we have? Can we stop working in a silo? Can we work together and think big and join up and take advantage of this region, both eastern and southern? There's business. There's investment. So let us not start getting guys from Ghana, but let us start ourselves, Muhongo, going there to teach them what energy efficiency is all about. And we are already in the path of doing that. So now, your existing expertise, Karen will tell us what she saw. That is okay. Going forward, the students who are here, I'm happy that universities are here and they are learning energy efficiency and the renewable energy. How are we learning? How are we training these people? In 1985, when I joined the University of Nairobi, I remember one time I went to the lab and I was given a chance to do the first practical was to make a toolbox. Cut the mabati, weld, and yes, I felt good. I felt good, very good. And I did some spanners there, and I could see some work I was doing. But it is stopped at first year, unfortunately. I never wore an overall again, somehow, until fourth term of the third year. Because the university was creating a policymaker who I am now. And I may not remember how to hold a spanner now. So, Karen and team, are we getting auditors who don't know the inside of a boiler? What do we need to train our people here? And that is why we have to Kenyanize our thinking and working in energy efficiency. And that's the reason why we'll call upon stakeholders, NITA, KILD, and everybody to think of how we can mold our training needs to reach our intended goals of development in energy efficiency. So that is our role as a ministry, to make you work in a strategic way, and that is what we are doing. Identify yourself, and more so, and now I'm telling you to take advantage of energy efficiency because it is the in thing. Renewable energy and energy efficiency is the in thing. So after getting these capacity needs and getting recommendations, then if you can make a program a concept that can work to train in a certain direction, then we will try to push that proposal to our friends in Copenhagen, other friends somewhere else. And for your information, this energy efficiency and conservation strategy of ours was shared during the last COP. We forced ourselves there. And during a side event in Glasgow, whoever was there, I sent him some talking points, which we shared with the Fenwicks. And they had to talk about energy efficiency to the world. So they are waiting for you professionals to work together with them, the world. They know we are doing something. So take advantage because you are the power. And I recognize you and we recognize each other, and let's move forward. So what we are learning from here, I wouldn't like it to be something for the shelves, the usual ministry staff. After an exercise, we put the report, a nice report somewhere. Let's pick something here and there to implement. Like now, what Karen is doing now is a tick in my implementation plan for energy efficiency. Because if you go to some stage towards the end, this is what you're supposed to be doing. And one challenge, capacity. We can't talk of renewable energy, yes, and our counties, and I'm sorry to say this, our counties are wanting in terms of capacity. What can you do yourself to enrich those counties? Some of them, if you go, you will not even see a dedicated office for energy, leave alone energy efficiency. You have a role to enhance planning of energy in the counties, in the country, so that is where we are consuming energy. So let's think together down there, and please, as a nation, let's think big, tap on the existing market, and do business. You are in business, aren't you? Hey guys, are you in business? In business, there is competition. I want you to be competitive, and you have all that it takes to be there. I've seen so many PhDs, I've seen so many masters here. Why not? And with that, I want to even recognize the latest PhD holder, Dr. Engineer Musonye. Congratulations. Thank you. I want to recognize the presence of my colleague, Francis, from the ministry. I work with him, and thank you very much for coming. And he's on leave. And I didn't even tell him to come. He just came here. Is Nita here? I hope they are somewhere online, because we will do a lot of work with them going forward. IPEA is here. The deputy president is here. I want to challenge you, and you've been listening. CAM is here. Raise your hand. KEPSA? Who else is here? All right. Thank you very much, and have a Merry Christmas and have a New Year. And I'm sure next year we have to do something about what we are doing now. We have to do a concept, we have to do a plan, we have to see how best to improve these skills that we have. Thank you very much.
So thank you, David, for those remarks. 4 things I pick out. We have to export skills on energy efficiency to the region, to the neighboring countries and beyond. And he did say a very important point in terms of implementing the strategy. It's good to hear that he knows, he usually keeps reports in the shelves, and he has chosen to specifically implement this one, which is important for us. And lastly, build the capacities of the counties as we look at the energy management skills. So at this juncture, I would want to invite Hannes of IPEA to give us a few remarks. But before that, I will pick on one random person to tell me what they have in common with their neighbor. Ben Blasto, can you shout what you have in common with your neighbor? You will get a mic so that you can hear you.
That would be a good one.
Yes, both of us have participated in this energy training for up to 3 years.
Okay, thank you. And next time we'll be more creative. So welcome, Hannes, for your remarks.
Thank you, Engineer Bukachi, and thank you, Minister of Energy and EPRA for organizing this event, which follows a rigorous exercise on the study of our capacity in the country with regards to energy efficiency. First, I would like to say that I'm privileged to be part of this event. First, as a professional in the industry, I got an invitation to that effect. I'm also privileged to be representing KenGen in this forum, but at the same time, I'm representing the Association of Energy Professionals, Eastern Africa, where I am the vice president, and I think it is important to recognize the members of the association who are present. I'll start by recognizing our head of capacity building, Engineer Lawrence. Where are you? I think he's the only executive committee member that came with me to this function. I also know that we have a number of members of the association. Let me see the IPEA members by hand. Thank you, that's a good number. I will challenge the rest of us to be part of the association so that we can be able to continuously have discussions around issues of energy and energy efficiency. Just like David noted, we normally have these discussions on a number of forums, including WhatsApp groups and so on, and you can have a lot of insightful discussions. Now, on the topic of the day, energy efficiency and the capacity that we have, or the capacity building that we need to do as a country, what I would like to put out is that it's normally a very beautiful thing to have in-house capacity. It is a very beautiful thing to have what? In-house capacity. We are living in a global village, and we will imagine that it's possible, just like we intend to export our expertise to other places, it is also possible that other people can bring their expertise to our region. But there's always a gap, even with the most experienced people, when they go into a new area, and that means that it's useful or much more effective if we can have local capacity. So as an association, we have been involved in matters capacity building, and we have been involved in a journey that has been walked by many people, most notably CAM and the ministry, and I know Sylvester will be speaking after me, and he may give a better that's outline of how this has happened over time, from as early as 2000 to where we are now. We have been able to work with various partners from outside and within the country to be able to improve our capacity in terms of energy efficiency where we have trained our local people in various fields to be able to get them the requisite qualifications and capacity so that they can be qualified and licensed by EPRA to be able to give the services that we need. So I may not go a lot into that because of the time constraint, but something that I just want to highlight is some of the gaps or the emerging areas that we may want to think of in the medium. If not, we may have a constraint to maybe get that into the short term, but in the medium term, I think it's a possibility. If you look at the energy efficiency journey, a lot of emphasis for most of the time has been on the demand side energy efficiency. That is the energy that we are using at our homes, the energy that we are using in our factories and all that to be able to do. However, in the recent past, the energy efficiency or the impact on energy efficiency and energy cost from the supply side, I think has also become very prominent. And it becomes prominent in a number of things. You'll find that the cost of energy will depend on a number of factors, and some of those factors may be determined by the consumer. Currently, some of them we are calling them prosumers, because the changes in technology now are making it possible for the energy consumers also to be energy producers. We are talking about distributed generation in this case, which has been made possible by renewable energy sources like solar, PV generation. And as that happens, then you will find that the dynamics start shifting a little bit, and that makes it important for us, even as we look at energy efficiency, to start broadening how we look at it. And maybe if we look at the capacity that we need to build, we may also want to broaden. Speaking about that, I would like to bring in the concept of the national energy efficiency, which is actually the point where we have drawn this study from. And like David has highlighted, the question of energy efficiency is now no longer just an issue of our industries, our buildings, and all that. He has highlighted that we are getting into transport issues, which ideally has always been there for energy efficiency, for energy auditors to be able to pursue. But I know when you go to do an audit, or even if you want to have an energy management program, normally you will start with a certain scope, and you'll find that most of the time we don't take the transport into the scope that we want to cover. But that, David, I want to assure you, it's something that we, as an energy auditor, the capacity or the training has been done. It's just a matter of people getting into that area, and you can be able to implement a certain number of things to be able to optimize your transport, energy costs, and ultimately the overall cost of transport. Now, having talked about that, the one area that I thought I should bring out in this forum, which we may have to consider maybe in the short or medium term, is the issue with regards to energy markets and policy. Energy markets and policy. I know we have professionals in the country who have been able to help us in this area. And when I talk about energy markets and policy, I'm talking about the energy planning that we do. Most of you are aware of documents or instruments and the least cost power development plans, and how those ones influence how we are able to bring together the energy mix within the country and how that comes together to make sure that we have sufficient and cost-effective energy. So when you look at this and the debate or the happenings that we've had in the country, most recently we know about the task force. A number of people have been expecting a reduction in energy cost and all that, which translates to what happens to the end user. But if I take us a little bit back, in the first term of our current government, most of you will remember the issues around the 5,000 plus megawatts initiative, which are all beautiful things that are good for this country. But the challenge is that at times when we don't have enough internal capacity to be able to put these things together, midwife, deliver, and look after them through the journey, then you'll find that we may keep on having this kind of step kind of activities within the industry, which may not necessarily help the energy efficiency per se, because at the end of the day, when you look at energy efficiency now, even within the strategy, we are looking at all our resources from the point where we want to start extracting our energy, all through to the transmission and to the demand side. So if we cannot have enough capacity for people who can be able to look at the energy market performance and advise their own companies, advise the ministry, look at the issues around energy policy, if there are gaps, also advise in advance so that we can be able to look at what we need to do with that, and then come up with policy studies and then advise government in good time so that we have a smooth smooth management of changes that will be feature in the event of the quick changing times with the technological changes, then we will still be having challenges. I know this is a topic I can talk about for a long time, but I think I would like to end there. And it's a good thing that we are looking at improving our capacity, because even the Bible says in Proverbs 19:2 that desire without knowledge is not good, and whoever makes haste with his feet misses his way. So it's a good thing that as we have a desire for energy efficiency, we are saying that we want to implement that desire with knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer, for those remarks. I know we are running out of time, but I must make sure people are still awake. I want one more person to tell me what they have in common with their neighbor. I'm just thinking who it is. Eustace, can you tell us what you have in common with your neighbor? We didn't hear you.
We are wearing white masks.
Yeah, that's interesting. Good. So maybe at this time I will welcome Sylvester Makaka from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. When Hannes was talking about 5,000 plus, I was looking at Sylvester to see how he responds to that statement. Maybe you'll tell us more about that when he comes here. Karibu, Engineer.
Hello? You can hear me? Good morning. Or is it? Yeah, it's morning. My name is Sylvester Makaka from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And let me start by recognizing that the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency for their role in making energy efficiency network in Kenya and program run. And they are part of this UNEP DTU also have been working with us, and we recognize their contribution. Of course, I must recognize our major sponsors in the House, the Ministry of Energy, David Mutisia, thank you very much. Recognizing EPRA, the Energy and Petroleum Regulator. Of course, our very able Dr. Karen Kaberere, whom we have worked with for so many years, and all the energy efficiency professionals in the House. Good morning. I want to start by saying that KAM is actually our major customer and partner in this. And our journey through this energy efficiency program has been long, tedious, winding, but we are navigating every hurdle that we get across and trying to make each one of us a winner. So we're looking at very many areas. And as industry, as your customer, our main question is normally one or two. Are we getting value for money when we talk about energy efficiency in manufacturing, in household, in motor vehicle, in generation? Are we getting value for money? Are you energy professionals giving us value for money? Our question number two is, where are we in terms of our efficiency, in terms of our operational efficiency, in terms of our technological efficiency? Where are we and how do we compare to our peers globally as a nation, as a manufacturer? And we really want to know if you're telling me I'm efficient or I am inefficient. How do I compare to a manufacturer in China, in Asia, in America, in Europe, and in Africa, and in East Africa, and in Kenya? Are we making sense? So we enlisted quite a number of institutions to help us navigate this journey, and our main journey was to improve or enhance or empower you people, the energy professionals, with skills, knowledge, and professionalism, and give you an idea of what industry requires of us as energy professionals. So we focused in the very initial stages in the early 2000s. We focused on training and capacity building, which we thought that was an easier entry level to get the market sensitized. So when we realized that we have enough numbers, or so we thought of now rolling the program out and going to industry. And of course, there are some industries that bought into the pilot program, and Mangerere is here to testify, to see how the market looks like. And indeed, the market looked very promising in the sense that the inefficiency level, or what we were losing from the studies that were conducted much earlier in time, in early 2000, we realized that at consumption level, at demand level, we were losing anything up to 35, in the range of 35% of the energy we buy, purchase, or procure. And 35% was alarming. So we had a target of working on this 35% to see where we are coming, how far or how low we can bring it. So we went into partnerships to train professionals to try and look at where can we capture part of this 35%. So we registered the assistance or partnership of the Association of Energy Engineers. It's an international body with headquartered in Georgia. And they came in to train our professionals, and of course, they had some establishment in the South Africa. So we got a lot of support from the South African body that trained our initial energy auditors and took us through the industry and the process of auditing. And we had a range of trainings. We had certified energy manager, we had energy auditing, we had so many others. And with that, we decided then to at least get certification so that your training has value. When we went through the certification, of course, people went and passed their exams and they got their certification. Then we thought, what else can we do? With a certificate, you need to make money out of your certificate or commercialize or monetize. So we then thought of bringing industry. And the advantage of bringing industry on board is that KAM has the muscle to speak to industry at the corner office level, at the executive level. And once we decided to get that buy-in, it was easier to roll it out, which we have been doing over the years. And it's now entrenched as part of the KAM program, energy auditing and energy efficiency program. Of course, Ministry of Energy has continuously supported us on this front by giving us support funding to keep the center working under the Center of Energy Efficiency and Conservation. It's a collaboration program so that we keep this running. Then as time went by, we thought that now we have enough numbers. So we mooted the idea of creating an association. And I think that's how IPEA came about. We were part of the initial thinking of IPEA, and we thought that now IPEA should take over the leadership of the profession, because we were consumers and we are thinking that of your services, and we are thinking that at some point we may be conflicted. We cannot be consumers and regulators at the same time. So IPEA has to take charge of the profession and run with it and guide us on fees, guide us on ethics, guide us on so many other aspects of the profession so that we come out as a strong profession to be recognized universally and especially in Kenya and industry. But we have so many other partners on board. We have UNIDO, who is helping us deliver on specific programs, on fund system, on agricultural efficiency, on many other things. Then we have, of course, the Center for the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency, who are giving us background support to help us navigate this journey. Lately, we have brought on board as a partner, Terrafima. Terrafima is working with us on carbon footprint assessment, basically certifying Kenyan professionals to be professionals in the carbon footprint assessment, a program that we've been doing for the last 3 years. I think we have some of the graduates here from that program. And we are still going far. We had a program that was running for quite some time under the SUNREF, popularly known as SUNREF, but it was a program, a partnership between the French Development Agency and KAM, by extension by industry, to support implementation of renewable energy and sustainable use of natural resources. That program has ended. I think we are there doing the closing reports. So we are looking at ourselves in a very open way as KAM, and saying, where is this energy efficiency program in Kenya? Our assessment, and I must say this is just our assessment, that we are still at the nascent stage, taking off. So industry is demanding more, and maybe we are giving less. Industry wants to do more, and maybe we are still giving a little bit more, less. So we are looking at how does the market grow? And where the market grows is we're really looking at converting all the energy audits that have ever happened in this country into results. And that requires money. If you did an audit and walked away and thought that somebody will be implementing, what we have realized over time is that they are only implementing the low-hanging fruits. And when they implement the low-hanging fruits, we leave the big picture. And that big picture, when we go to them, they say, oh, we were not sure about this one, so we pushed it to another year. And before that year comes, you are already there asking them to do another audit, and they're telling you, oh, but we haven't done this one. So they resort to giving you a tick the box option. And in the ticking the box option, what happens is you as an auditor, you become conflicted because you are looking at your own report and starting to challenge yourself whether you should correct your own report and come up with a new one, or you can copy-paste the same and make a few more recommendations. So what we are saying is that we want to move the market, and the market is demanding that we move so that we grow into maturity and the market can stand on its own. And for that, we are seeking partnerships. One, we are seeking partnerships with the financial institutions. We are seeking partnerships with the technology providers. And we are seeking partnership with you, the auditors, so that together, if KAM, say, secures financing, are you able to support your project all the way, your energy audit report all the way to implementation? And what is it that, can that project stand the financial test of time, that it will pay for itself? And that's where we really want to move the market so that we develop the ESCO market. And if we can develop the ESCO market, the challenge has been who is funding these ESCOs? Are ESCOs credible enough to stand on their own and take on a project risk and get financing for that risk? So once we get there, and then we shall say the market has matured. So there is still a long journey, a long way to move so that we get to the plateau level where the market has matured. But as KAM, we are also doing a peer review, and our partner on peer review is the chamber in, of course, the Copenhagen Center is supporting us, but we have a peer review partner in the name of BCCI. It is a chamber in India, who occasionally we invite around to look at all your reports or sample reports and give us a report on how we are doing. And I can say that from the recent review we are seeing, I think we have evolved. We have evolved from when we used to make recommendations of change the lights and we call it an energy audit. Now the light changing has become almost an obvious recommendation. So we are now moving to the next level, and the next level is where we are focusing in detail on how the process efficiency is coming in and how now to improve the market so that people will now refer to, let me use Dr. Karen just for discussion, refer to Dr. Karen as a professional in cement industry, so that when she is handling a cement industry audit, that audit report can be read in France, can be read by a professional in India, can be read by a professional in America, everywhere in the world, and they'll come up with the same sort of opinion. And that's where we want to take ourselves, and that's why we do a peer review, just to make sure that industry is comfortable that what you are giving them as energy audits, recommendations, and reports are measuring up to what the world expects of us. And without much ado, I think that's what I had prepared for you. So welcome on board. If you can package yourself as a good project developer, you take all the risk. We are getting to a stage where you can bring your project to us, and we do our internal assessment and see whether we can give you funding for it. All the way, whether it's an equipment, whether it is a solar installation, whether it's a boiler, that is the way we want to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer, for those remarks. I think we'll go for a break. But before we go for break, I think we'll have the next poll of 2 questions. So as they launch the poll, I would request that you still speak to your neighbor. This time you ask them where they are going for Christmas. You could be going to the same destination, because I realized you're not giving me good answers. So maybe I will lead you. Where are they going for Christmas on 25th? Should be this weekend. You could be going to the same destination. Maybe you could share the car and become more energy efficient. The other good thing I've picked from Makaka's remarks, that there is money to implement energy projects. I know that has been a challenge for a long time. So those auditors who do audit facilities will be very happy to see you transit to become implementers of the recommendations that you make. I know there won't be any happier person than Dr. Msonyi if that happened, because he always questions those recommendations. So he wants to see them implemented. So basically, as you do the audit, then we move forward towards implementation. And one more thing that has not been mentioned is on us having a new draft regulation that requires energy managers with a minimum qualification. So in this case, we'll need to create a critical mass of institutions that are able to build capacity of the energy managers within facilities. I doubt if we rely on external programs, we'll be able to achieve that. It will be important that we build a critical mass, and that's why we consider the findings of this study to be very important for us, because it provides us with a benchmark that we'd use to tailor our programs for energy managers, even as we try to build their capacity. I don't know if Jose, you're ready?
We are going to question number 5.
5 and 6.
5 and 6. So we have 5. The question is which categories of facilities have you audited in the past? So we have 47.1%. Just go up.
Have all of them responded? Or maybe you could give them
how many, let's check the respondents up.
Because we have 70 online, so maybe you could share the link again.
So 58.
You can give them 3 minutes to respond.
3 minutes, okay.
Yes.
We have 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Once you respond, we go through that, and then we proceed for break. And make sure you know the destination for Christmas from your neighbor, because I will ask you next. Over break, I will be trying to know many people. So whether I don't know you, I will mention your name, and you'll have to tell me where you people are going for Christmas. And then the break will be for 20 minutes, if we can, for those ones who are participating physically, so that the people who are online don't go for other activities, but they can also take this opportunity to know their neighbor wherever they are. I don't know where they are, and take a cup of tea or coffee. So how many at the moment?
At the moment, let's go up. Let's check the number of respondents. The first page. The number of respondents. First page. The number of respondents.
So for those online, the link is on the chat functionality. It's also displayed on the screen.
63 at the moment.
63, so 1 more minute. We are more than that. So if you haven't responded, please, you can fill the poll. Those here physically, we are able to pick the people who have responded. If you don't respond, there's no tea. So make sure you click on the link. Seven responses. I think we are more than 100, so I'm waiting for 100. Without responding, no tea. So make sure you respond, because I know you entered your name on the link.
And time is up, 81.
81, I think that's okay. Can go to the results.
Okay. So let's go to number 5. Steve. Good. Okay.
Thank you. So I think we have 15 respondents who haven't conducted any energy audit. It's not a problem because we look at it as our future. This could be the students and the others who are interested in this field. The highest number, 29 respondents have done audits in industrial and institutional facilities, and 27 in commercial facilities. Quite interesting. Thought it should be industry is the least, but then it's okay. Go down. Number 6. So we asked the respondents to tell us which 4 areas of expertise they consider most important in process audits, and those are the results. So the highest, understanding energy use, and then identifying potential energy efficiency opportunities. So you can think about that. Understanding the legislative framework is ranked lowly, which is okay. So you can think about the results as we go for tea break. We'll take exactly 20 minutes because we'll have to go to the actual study after the break. Osia, you'll guide us?
Yes, thank you, engineer. Tea will be served where we had the opening breakfast. So we can just bow down for a quick word of prayer, then we can proceed for tea. Father God, we once again come before you this time as we go to partake of tea break and interact, Father, with us in Jesus' name. Amen. You are welcome.
We are starting the next session. We are starting in the next 1 minute. Thank you for coming back. We are starting the next session, please. Let's all be seated. Welcome back. Albert, let's take our seats. We are starting in the next few minutes. Hello. Let's take our seats. We are starting in the next 1 minute. We will proceed with the conversations after lunch. I know a few people have exchanged numbers for the Christmas trip. So if I know your name, you'll be telling me where you're going for Christmas with your neighbor. If at all there is Christmas. So let's take our seats. We can carry our tea. I think we can take our tea as we proceed so that we save on time. Thank you, and welcome back. So we have we'll take 1 minute to give a few ground rules. One, for those ones who would want to use the washrooms, there are on my left hand. So on the other side, you'll be able to access them, just in case you want to use them through the session. For the online participants, we will have an opportunity during the plenary to give feedback directly to the audience. But in case you have any burning issue, you can always use the chat function, and our teams will be sure to respond to you. And thirdly, we'd want to recognize various training institutions that have participated in this program. I think we have universities represented. We have Strathmore University. I think they've been very instrumental in providing capacity building sessions in this country in the few years. We have University of Nairobi. We have Jomo Kenyatta. We also have Moi University. And Multimedia also represented in this function. We know they are key consumers of the output of the study, so we do recognize your presence. We have innovators. I know it's one of the trainers that has been offering quite a number of programs in the country. There is IPEA, who have already spoken, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, National Industrial Training Authority, and VISCA, just to name a few. So we do recognize your presence, and we hope that this workshop will provide us input to the work that you do in terms of capacity building in energy management. Lastly, for those ones who are attending physically, I think it's not a good time to talk about lunch when you're going to a serious presentation, but you'll allow me. So after the session, we'll have a lunch served by the hotel. But in addition to lunch, for those participating physically, as we communicated, the sponsor, who is UNDTU and ministry, will provide a small refund for transport. So my colleague will be passing around to give you some forms so that when you go out for lunch, not now. So if you went out now, you'll not get the transport allowance. But after lunch, as you go for lunch, for sure, you'll be given some little amount just to thank you and also wish you a Merry Christmas. So with that, I would welcome Dr. Karen, who is the consultant who did this work, to present the findings to the stakeholders. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Looks like you've not had tea. something collapsing here, but I think you'll allow me to move around because that is what I am used to. And I request that I remove my mask because I believe sometimes we read the lips more than what we hear. So that is why I request that I remove my mask. So thank you very much. For a start, I would like to thank DTU, UNEP DTU team, for entrusting us with this work. It's a work that has been going on for over 1 year. And in collaboration with DTU, there was the Ministry of Energy, and we also had IPRA. Most importantly, it is you, the participants. Without your input, I would not be here reporting on anything. So in fact, I am not saying what I think, but what your input was. So my work was to put together what you told us. So for a start, thank you very much, those who participated. We had interviews, we had questionnaires that we administered, and you agreed to participate. So thank you for making it happen. I think today I'm excited. I have heard things that I've not heard. I don't know whether, I attend a lot of forums, but probably I never thought that we are going beyond the borders. Aren't you excited, energy efficiency professionals? That excites me because we've just been thinking about the Kenyan market. So when someone tells you perfect it, go beyond the borders, I think there's a lot of potential. It also excites me to hear from KEM, the recipients of our services. This is what we want you to do to get to the next step. Isn't it like we are getting a marking scheme? Aren't we getting a marking scheme? Sorry to use the language that I know, I teach. So that's the best that I know, but what we are being given is a marking scheme. This is what we need because this is where we should take this industry. So we have the marking scheme, so it is us to work on that now. And I think the ministry, when they launched the energy efficiency strategy, they've singled out the supply side. We've been dealing with the demand side of things, as Hannes rightly put it. And the strategy now would like us to look at the supply end. We've not been talking much about domestic. We've not been talking much about transport, as David rightly put it. But I don't know how many of us know that we have the MTTC, Maritime Technology Cooperation Center for Africa is hosted here in Kenya. JKUAT, who I work for, is the driver of that, and they're talking about energy efficiency in the maritime sector. So we are already in the transport, David. So I think that's why it's a lot of things that today are exciting me. I'm hearing things and I'm seeing this is the right place to be. Having said that, I think I wasn't asked to speak, yeah? I'm supposed to present to you what your responses were. And there we are with what we were looking at are the gaps. But of course, there are things that we looked at before we go to the gaps. I'll try to keep it short. So I'll try to keep it to, I'm not sure that I can keep it to less than an hour, but I'll try my best. And what I'm going to take you through will be first and foremost the energy sector. I guess a lot of us are familiar with that, so I may not spend a lot of time on that. How we went about the delivery of what we'll be talking about. Let me first of all take them through what we'll go through. So the methodology, and then we need to ask ourselves, what are these skills and knowledge that the energy efficiency professionals need? And then where are we applying this? Then finally, we'll look at where is the gap in the skills and the knowledge, and how do we bridge that? So I'll try to cover that in an hour or less. So the energy efficiency sector in Kenya, most of us may be aware that as has been said by a previous speaker, the effort started in around the 2000s. We have now the Energy Act 2019, which puts it right in place. And of course, EPRA is our regulator for the energy sector, not just the energy efficiency industry, but the whole energy sector. So now, right now we have some regulatory tools. We have the Energy Appliance Performance Labeling Regulations of 2016 that just talk about 6 appliances that are supposed to meet certain minimum energy performance standards, MEPS. And I think I've given that there. They are in the report. So that's why I said I'll move a little bit fast. I'll just give the highlights. So the other regulatory tool is the Energy Management Regulations of 2012. That is what is in force right now. The Management Regulations of 2021, and I'll be talking about that, what will be the new requirements. So we have the 2012 is what is in force right now. And I think it has been said before that we have designated facilities. We talk about the commercial, the industrial, the institutional facilities, and the regulations govern the medium, those that are categorized as medium. So any facility whose consumption per year is 180,000 kilowatt hours equivalent of energy. So that means both the electrical and the thermal energy. So those are the ones that are obliged to comply with the energy management regulations. So one of the things that is very clear is that these facilities are supposed to conduct an energy audit once every 3 years. And that's what, that is what we've been told from KEM, that they look at the low-hanging, implement, and then before they go to the others, 3 years is already over. So you're already telling them, can you perform another energy audit? So far, EPRA has about slightly over 1,500 facilities that have submitted their audit reports. That could be an old figure from 2019 or 2020, so I don't know where we are right now, but still in the neighborhood of that. And the other requirement is that the facilities are supposed to implement to achieve 50 milestones that the country is supposed to achieve by 2025. And mainly the highlights, it targets households, buildings, agriculture and industry, transport, power utilities, which is the supply side. And as I said, it's up to 2025. So mainly we've been focusing on the demand side. So you can see households we haven't covered as yet. The buildings, not so much. Yes, we have done something, but not so much. So basically agriculture, industry, we haven't quite focused on the agriculture per se, but there is something going on in the agricultural sector. Transport, as I said, and the power utilities, the supply side of things, we are not there yet. And one of the things that really comes out in the strategy is that it recognizes the need for training and capacity building. We will not get there if we don't build capacity. That comes out very clearly. So where are we right now? I think this number may have gone up a little bit, 87 licensed energy auditors. As I said, there are just about 1,588 facilities who have submitted energy audit reports. And the facilities that are classified, this number is a little bit fluid because by the time this was determined, we were looking at those facilities that are consuming or belong to class C1. Those are the ones that qualify for, that are consuming either equal to 1,500 units per month or above. So that means we are only looking at the electricity consumption. So when you add the thermal consumption, then this figure could be much more than the 3,300 that we are showing right there. Then let's go to how we conducted this study. A lot of it was through document review. The energy audits that I've said were submitted is what we wanted to look at. This is a report that you've already written. So what's the quality of that report? We also looked at other published work because we wanted to understand a few of other things and benchmarking with other countries. So that's why we are calling everything over there documents review. Then out of those reports that we reviewed, we wanted to go to the actual facilities. Let's get the side of view, the point of view of the facilities. So we selected a few, sampled a few, and we visited the facilities. And in particular, we wanted to reach out to the energy officers because when you read an audit report, it doesn't tell you anything about the energy officer. So part of it was to get the views of who are these who are working as energy officers, currently designated energy officers. So that is what the field visits were all about to the facilities. Then there are the energy auditors that we interviewed. In Kenya, we don't have any other professionals right now. And therefore, when I talk about energy professionals, I am talking about the energy auditors because, as I said, the energy officers, they have these no CV. Anyone and anyone can be designated as an energy officer by the facilities. So here, basically, we interviewed the energy auditors. And we also went to the universities and other bodies or training institutes to know what are the programs that they are currently offering, whether they are short courses or the degree courses. We wanted to know what exactly are they offering in the field of energy efficiency. We interviewed government agencies and non-government agencies that are also in the energy management space. So they are promoters and they are the government, what do they call them? They are not friends, the ones who work with the government. So we spoke to those bodies right there. So in terms of the facilities, I said we categorize them into the commercial, the industrial, and the institutional. So under the commercial, there is the hospitality sector, like hotels. We visited quite a few, although this was during COVID. 2020, a lot of hotels, you remember there was nothing that was going on. And you'd call some of the hotels and they had shut down. So we experienced a lot of challenges, particularly in the hospitality sector. Horticultural sector, there was also a lot of challenges because there were like the flower farms. There was nothing going on the export market. So these we had targeted, but we just had a few who participated. These are the water service companies, the WASCOs, office and retail buildings, and the supermarkets. We had a few that participated. Of course, there were others. These are the main ones that I'm listing. There were others that do not appear here who are still commercial. The industrial facilities, we had those that are in the food and beverage category, the pharmaceuticals, metals and allied, agricultural produce, the cement industry, plastics, textile, and apparels. The institutional, we had the universities and the other research bodies. Hospitals were also there under the institutions, schools, and recreational amenities, like the clubs, like the gymkhanas fell into that. So now, the percentages of who participated, I said it is two approaches. One is the audit reports, and the other one is the interviews. For the facilities, we had two categories. So the first level was the audit reports, and you can see in terms of the audit reports review for the industries, we had the highest percentage in the food and beverage sector, followed by the others, which is a lot of the others. But the actual ones that we could quantify were the metal, the ones in the metal industry. Whereas when it came to participation, the actual interviews that we carried out, others, that is a lump up of very many. So right here, the first ones were the food and the beverage, followed by the metal. So that agrees that we had the metal coming right on top there. For the commercial, we had, again, the office and retail buildings at 36%, and we had the hospitality sector participating at 26%, and this was the audit reports review. Of course, the audit review was guided by which ones were available. Then In terms of the visits, the actual interviews, the hospitality was the highest at 30%, and we had the horticultural at 22%. So that despite the fact that they were facing challenges, they participated. And in the institutional, we had the learning and research institutions at 37 were the highest. We didn't group the schools together because the activities in a school are very different from a university. So in a university, there is much more usage of energy or a research center than in a school. So we had the schools as a totally separate classification. Then the hospitals at 32%. And in terms of the response, you can see right over there, there is a category that did not participate, which is the recreational. We did not get any of them to participate in the interviews. There are very few. Even when you classify them, there are very few. And I guess that's why we did not get some response from them. So now, before you identify a gap, you need to know what do these energy efficiency professionals require so that now you can say this is what they have, this is what they are expected to have, and therein will lie the gap. So we started by looking at what is the role, what are the roles of the energy efficiency professionals. I said in Kenya, we are only looking at the energy auditors, but looking ahead, the Energy Management Regulations 2021 talks about the energy manager. Now, the energy manager, the requirements of the energy manager, they're supposed to have certain basic academic qualifications, and two, they have some trainings that they are supposed to have gone through. So now it's getting to a higher level. It's not just anyone. I don't know how many of you have been to facilities and you asked, so who's the energy officer? And you are shown a watchman. Simply because this watchman is the one who keeps the keys to the generator room, or is the one who has the keys to the switchboard. So we want to move, as Sylvester rightly put it, we are now moving it to another level. So if you have an energy manager who understands what is this energy management supposed to be, then they also become part and parcel. But as it is right now, maybe for a few of the facilities, some of them understand, but a few again of the facilities, they do it for compliance. So now this will shift it from being compliance to the fact that we understand, as the facility, we understand what's supposed to happen. So that's why we are looking at what is the role of that energy manager, not the energy officer that we have currently, but the energy officer, energy manager of the future. So the first and most important thing is advocacy and coordination. When you go for an audit, you want to convince those guys. Who first of all invites you for the audit? It should be this guy who recognizes that there is need for this. And that's why he needs to coordinate even with the management, the top management who may not understand anything about energy, coordinate all matters and bring up the advocacy that this is a worthwhile exercise. So they need to develop an energy management plan. In fact, we tell them, much as you do the organization strategic plan, energy should have its own. Where are we going and in how long? Just like we've had the country, Kenya has a national energy efficiency strategic plan. So we need to have that trickle down to the facilities. So develop the energy management plan and then coordinate the energy audit. And I think this is where the plan, that is where they become very important. Because the moment we shift away from, it is just compliance. For me, I hate to hear anyone saying that come and do the audit just for compliance. You are wasting my brain. How do I give you a report? I'll have done all the research, and then you put it there simply because you have submitted to IPRA and you have complied. Well, that is part compliance. But if this person understands they come up with a plan, then they are the people who will be giving the energy auditors the job. So they identify, yes, there is need for 1, 2, 3. And therefore, they are the ones who create work for the energy auditors. So coordinate the energy audits. They've already identified, yes, there is need for the energy audits. And then they coordinate the exercise. And they oversee, after you've left the scene, although Sylvester tells us that now we shall do everything, right now as is you leave the scene, but they will oversee the implementation of the ECMs, the energy conservation measures that you have recommended. And then we need the verification. So you need to monitor the energy consumption. so that you arrive at the verification that what you did over here, you've already implemented, you monitor, and here you come and verify that something has happened and there is improvement in the energy consumption. So they need to coordinate all that. That is the whole work or the role of the energy manager. So you can see they're involved at every stage. Then for the energy auditor, once we've been given the work by the energy manager, the energy auditor will start with the planning. You've been given the work, you need to go and audit a certain facility, you need to plan that work. How are we going to execute it? You need to collect the data, whether it's your primary data or secondary data, you need to collect the data, and interviews are also part of that. And then you'll sit down and analyze, yes, I have all this information. What is relevant? What is not relevant? How do I make out of the data so that it becomes information? Data in itself does not tell you anything. You have to transform that through analysis to give you information which you can act on. Then once you analyze, you identify the ECMs, and now you be confident to say that this is what needs to be implemented because you've already identified the ECMs, and you evaluate them. And evaluation, we are talking about both the technical evaluation and the financial evaluation. So we need to do the evaluation and finally the reporting. Then after you know the roles, then we asked ourselves, what are those skills and knowledge then that the energy auditor requires? And we came up with various categories. This is why I said we did literature review. So this is what are defined as the skills and the knowledge that the energy auditor should have in the area of energy management, in the technical knowledge that they need to have. So energy management, you need to understand the fundamentals of energy management, which I believe by the time we go through certification, we are through with all that. The tariffs, because remember, bottom line, you want to save costs. So if you don't understand tariffs, then how will you work with this? So we need to clearly understand what are the applicable tariffs. Then we also need to understand data collection and analysis. As I said, you have to collect the data. In itself, collecting the data is not good enough, so you need to do the data analysis. And finally, you need to be conversant with establishing energy performance indices for the facility. Then the technical knowledge that we require, of course, we require the electrical power system analysis. You land in a facility, you need to understand. We are not saying you need to fully understand, but have an idea. If you're an electrical engineer, of course, electrical should be, you should be at home with that. If you're a mechanical engineer, then you just need to understand, you're not floating that these things are electrical. You have an understanding, but you may not be an expert. And that is why in energy audits, you cannot do it alone. You can't understand mechanical things and you understand electrical things. Sometimes you even go to processes and you may want to engage a chemical engineer. When it gets to some point and you're like, no, I do not understand this. So let's not try to be know-it-all. But understand the very basics. So thermodynamics and heat transfer, you can see that there would be experts in that. Combined heat and power, systems optimization, commissioning principles, the operation and maintenance practices, new and existing technologies, and M&V, measurement and verification techniques and protocols. So all these are the technical knowledge that an energy auditor would require. We are talking about analysis. So what are those analytical skills? Statistical analysis is very important. Whole system analysis is also very important. And being able to solve problems is also very key in this. Financial and accounting skills, economics of energy management is key. Life cycle cost analysis, because you're not just telling us this 1 year or where we are today. It's the whole life of this project that you need to understand what are the implications. Financial decision-making processes is key. The economic assessment indicators, that's also very important, and I think that is one of the things that we've been told in most of the webinars that we've had on this that we are not doing very well at that. The financing options. I think we've just been told about the ESCOs. Where else can we get this money from? And cost control and budgeting also becomes very key. I think someone today, one of the speakers talked about this, the risks. How do you shoulder that? So what are those risks that you expect in these energy efficiency projects that you are undertaking? We are not living in a vacuum. We are regulated. And therefore, we need to understand what are the regulations that govern energy efficiency, what are the standards therein, and what are the best practices. You might just sit and you think, I think in my language we have a saying that if you do not move around, you think your mother is the best cook. That is the direct translation. That's exactly what we are talking about here. What are those best practices by the others so that you don't just sit and think you are doing the best. You could be doing the best, yes, but you need to look at your neighbor too so that you can come back and you are very sure that, yes, you are the best cook. So we need to be familiar with the national and the county laws. I think the counties have been challenged here this morning that they need to create energy efficiency, to embody energy efficiency. So if they come up with laws that are only unique to them, then we need to be familiar with that. So the laws, the rules, the regulations, the standards, and the policies would be very important. Let's look beyond the borders, so we go global, not just in Kenya comparing ourselves with ourselves. I keep telling students that you can be number one among the fools. Yes, you're number one, but who are those others? So that is why it's important that we go beyond the borders and we compare ourselves globally so that we can see how our performance is. Other areas, organizational and leadership skills are very important. Remember, we are saying you're leading this team and you have to be very convincing. So you have to be very organized and you have to have the leadership skills so that you can achieve what you want. Communication and interpersonal skills, I think I cannot emphasize that anymore, that you're doing that report. And sometimes you're talking to non-engineers. How do you convince them that what I have done is worthwhile? How do you even convince them that this audit you need to implement so that they move away from just compliance to putting money in their pockets? Performance contracting, we've just been told that is coming. As the ESCOs come, we need to know how to do the performance contracting. It's the guarantee that, yes, you're going to get savings out of this. So how do we share out the savings that will accrue? Judgment and decision making, I think we talked about that, the decision making, that you've identified all this. Then how do I decide which ones do I go for? Which ones am I going to leave? And report writing, of course, will keep coming up all the time because at the end of the day, we need to communicate this in form of a report. The energy managers, the management skills that they need. One, we've already talked about the organization because they need to whip everyone from the top. Remember, this guy may not be a manager anywhere, but he has the passion. So the organization and leadership skills because they need to have the advocacy and have their way to understand how to go about the whole energy management. Project planning and management, because we are saying they are the ones who will be responsible for the implementation. They are the ones who will oversee. They are not exactly directly necessarily responsible for that, but they are the ones who will oversee the implementation. So project planning is very key and management of the project is very key, that they understand how it is done. The culture and behavioral change management, sometimes you'll just go to a facility and all you need is to have that behavioral change. Although by the time it gets to some point, you cannot rely on behavioral change. You'll have to go to technology so that it does implement that for you. But of course, that's an expensive thing. Like people switching off the lights when they get out of a room. By the moment you put sensors, whatever sensors, occupancy sensors that you want, you'll have done everything. So the first thing you'll tell people, you'll put a sticker, switch off lights. But now when you see it's not working, because people quickly forget, then you call upon technology, the right technology to enhance that. The technical knowledge that they will require to have is which are the energy using systems. And that's why I said we need people who understand energy management. Move away from just an energy officer. So they need to understand which are those energy using systems. They need to understand the metering and monitoring equipment. You not just put a meter anywhere. Why am I putting that meter that I'm putting? Which is the right meter You may have a range of meters, but which is the right meter? Because they are also weighing against what's the cost, vis-a-vis what are the results that are going to result. So metering and monitoring equipment is very key, and effective data management, tracking, and reporting. Because here is someone who's implemented a project. There may be disputes. You change a few things because you're not going to tell them you are arresting them at this point and you cannot change anything. So how do you agree between this person who implemented vis-a-vis the changes that have happened? How does that impact on the improvement in terms of energy consumption? Continuation of the skills of the energy manager, analytical, they need to have some analytical skills because we are saying they are collecting data and they need to analyze that. Let them not just collect the data. The requirement of the Energy Regulations 2012 right now is that they just need to keep the records. So keeping records, who does it help? They need to go to the next step. Keep those records, analyze the records so that they can inform what you're doing in the organization. Then again, they also need to be familiar with the regulations, the standards, and the best practices, just like the energy auditors, and they need the soft skills. Time management is very key. Because if you're going there to implement a project, and then these guys are delaying, time is money. So they need to know how to manage that project, and that is why previously we had said project management is key. So time management will also be very key for the energy managers. Having a positive attitude, of course, that's for all of us, whether you are the energy auditor or the energy manager, a positive attitude is very key. Strong work ethic is also very important, and problem-solving skills, and being a team player. Because we normally advocate for, don't just go for an energy manager. One person cannot change things. So they need to be supported by a committee. And that is why, for the longest time, we've not even been advocating for whatever the qualifications of the energy officer. So if you have a strong committee, but this is the driver, remember this is the driver, then they have to be team players because they'll have to drive that committee. Flexible and adaptable. There was something just before you move on. They have to be flexible and adaptable. The previous. I wanted to come to this. Having the passion. I think that's the key driver for an energy officer right now. How they've been selected in a lot of facilities is that passion. I guess even a lot of us. For me, when I looked at everything that was available for an electrical engineer, I knew where I wanted to be was in the energy sector, and particularly energy management. So even these people I'm imagining, you need to have that passion. For you to be the driver, then it is very key that you have the passion. You're not just being pushed around to do compliance for the facility. So we can move. The other areas we are talking about being able to integrate the projects, because I think that is one of the weak links. You go and do an audit. If your projects are not integrated, there's no budget for it. In the planning, the whole facility planning, if they don't integrate the energy efficiency project, then they shall not be implemented. So that's why we need someone who has the capacity to integrate the energy efficiency projects within the business. Developing business cases for the energy efficiency projects, that's also very key. It goes along with the integration. And energy procurement, because a lot of times they will advise, how do we procure our thermal fuels, how do we procure, well, right now we have the solar PV people who are leasing the roofs. Is that an option for your facility? I do not know how far that will go, but we have that going on. So energy procurement, they need to be familiar with that. The cost implication of energy wasted, if they have no idea, it's just like you'll find a lot of times you'll walk into a washroom and water is just pouring, and it only needs changing a tap. How much is a tap? That may be water. In Kenya, we might be thinking water is cheap, but what is the energy? To get that water that you are pouring, not just dripping, but the tap won't close, how much energy goes into that? It's running for days and no one is changing. So we need to have people who can identify what are the implications in terms of energy wastage. Information management, they may have a lot of information that is coming to them from the auditor, from wherever, the data that they are collecting. So how do they manage all that information? And of course, they need to have strong communication skills and personal motivation. Like I said, they need to have the passion for the energy sector. So now, the next thing before you know the gaps is, where are we supposed to apply this? What are the main applications that require the energy efficiency intervention? So we looked at it for the three categorizations of facilities. So this is industrial facilities, and what I am giving here is for those facilities that we identified have over 40% of them would require these services. So for the industries, we have the motors and drives. Of course, that is where they appear a lot. They have a lot of pumps. Over 40% of the industrial facilities have pumping systems. And they have the compressed air systems. Of course, it's not the same facility that has all this. No. It is across all of them. Where did we get more than 40%? Then the boilers and steam systems. So these are the main four that had more than 40% presence in the industrial facilities. The commercial facilities, not the leading, they are not in any order. We had pumps, we had lighting systems, and you remember the categorization of the commercial facilities, the lighting systems, the HVAC systems, and refrigeration systems as well. So these were the top four that are qualified with over 40% presence in those facilities. Institutional, we had pumps, we had lighting systems, HVAC systems, refrigeration, and electric heaters. So those are the systems that we'll be looking at. So then, we said we were looking at audit reports. We wanted to know what are the areas of the ECMs that have already been recommended by the energy auditors. We found quite some recommendations on lighting, and basically what the auditors were recommending were retrofitting the existing lights with LEDs. And we had a few that were talking about occupancy sensors. Now, lighting is a little bit controversial because we got feedback. This is not my view. We got feedback from some of the people we interviewed, the organizations that we interviewed, that sometimes the auditors will make recommendations on lighting in an industrial facility. So question is, what proportion of energy consumption does lighting constitute? Yes, it could be an opportunity, yes, but it is meanwhile, it's a drop in the ocean. So much as we are talking about this, it all depends on where are you making that recommendation. Is lighting a significant contributor? Does lighting contribute any significant amount of energy consumption? Then we had drives, and basically the motors and drives, the recommendations were more of the sizing. The load matching, the motor load matching, so the sizing, not the whole system. Water supply system, we also had a couple of recommendations, which is basically pumping. Compressed air systems, we had recommendations there, and the boilers and steam systems. Then we also wanted to know from the facilities. As you heard, they do not necessarily implement all the ECMs that you recommend. What is stopping them? If they understand the importance of energy management, what is stopping them from implementing the ECMs? So one of the things that came up is that there are unrealistic implementation costs. What unrealistic really means to them, I do not know, because when you do your financial analysis, you're supposed to come up with the metrics. And by the time you put it in that report, then you should be able to show them that these make sense, financial sense. So that's where we need audit, but who is going to go ahead with the implementation? So that tells us that we need to build capacity in terms of the next level. You can do the audit, and you can as well, you have enough people who will be able to implement those recommendations. Okay? So now, let's move to the gaps that we identified. And first and foremost, we wanted to understand what are the skills that we have. The energy auditors were already existing. What skills do they have so that we can finally arrive at what are the gaps? So they have good understanding of the energy use. They'll go to the understanding energy is used. They are good at establishing the energy baseline. They are also good in data collection and analysis, understanding energy pricing and tariffs, identifying the appropriate energy performance indices, and identifying and evaluating the opportunities. That they are doing. So then, how did they get there? Where did they acquire those skills? One, there are a lot of short courses that are offered within the country. Some have done them outside of the country, but that's not a very big percentage. The majority have done the short courses within Kenya. We also have the certifications. I think we were told about AE's certifications, the CEM, Certified Energy Manager, the Certified Energy Auditor, and CMVP. Then, of course, we have the postgraduate degree courses. Now, we got curious. What do each of these auditors have? Now, you can see a very big part over here. 53% will only have either CEM, CAA, which is the Auditor Certified Energy Auditor, and the Professional Energy Manager. So they do not have any other qualification. It is one of those, CEM, CEA, or PEM. So that's 53%. Then another 41%, they either have the certificate, the MSc, and in addition, they have CMVP. That's 41%. And I think I mentioned that the sample size of 17 energy auditors, and they all responded. So we are taking that to be representative. So 41% are the ones that we are saying have either the certification or the MSc, and they also have CMVP. Then with certification and MSc only, we had only 6%. Then the AEE certifications, I think already had, they've been offered by KEM previously. All participants that we interviewed either gotten their MSc from the University of Nairobi or from JKUAT. And the short courses, these are just ones. There were very many bodies. KEM field for a very long time. I think you saw there were trainings going last year during COVID. I don't know whether that is where a lot of people attended, including myself. And we've also UNIDO, although it is the YEPA coupled that were offered as webinars. Then I said we wanted to look at the officers that, because if they'll be required to have certain minimum academic qualifications, which is basically a diploma, BSc, right? BSc, HND, or a diploma in engineering, physical science, or any related field. Where are we right now? Are the energy officers who are designated D qualified to become energy managers? Because they are required to be accredited by the regulator. Let's see the previous one. So you can see it is only 5% who would not qualify. Diploma and above, we have some people who even have postgraduate degrees. And right now they are playing the role of an energy officer. And therefore that would mean if the regulations were to come into force today, it is only 5% that would not qualify because they hold a certificate. The trainings that they've attended, these are the trainings that the regulations, the draft regulations propose that they should have. They should have attended training in energy management and verification in financial projects. So you can see a lot of them have attended the energy management, but all the other trainings, they are below 50%. So there is quite some work that we need to do to get these people accredited if the draft regulations are passed. So here there is quite some work. So then, having looked at what are the skills, what is the knowledge of the energy auditors, then now we can look at the gaps that they have. So one is, these are not in any order. They are not in any order is how they could fit into that diagram. So energy management standards, a lot of to be aware that we have some standards in energy management. Whole system analysis approach is a challenge. Remember, like motors and drives, I said, we are looking at motor load matching. Are we looking at the whole system? What is this motor driving? How are the belts? How are the bearings? How is everything in that system? Because a motor does not just operate on its own. So we need to look at the whole system analysis. So not just the motors, but everything, all whole that. Measurement planning. A lot of times we take measurements and then we are wondering, what do we do with this, right? Did I measure the right variable? Did I measure the right time, the right duration? Some more images. How does that come, or how does that form our decision in the report? So measurement planning, what to measure, how long to measure, and what variables are important in our audits is very key. Financial appraisal, I think we just said the facilities have an issue with that. And I don't know whether we should just be talking about financial. We need to move to economic, way beyond just the finances. I think oftentimes we don't talk about the economic value of what we are proposing. M&V process, I think that was the requirement in the Energy Management Regulations 2012 is that you should give the MV, the measurement and verification protocol that should be used for each of those ECMs. We seem to be quite weak in that. So the M&V process, that is lacking. Energy accounting, when you walk into a facility, how does it sum to the total? Yes, you are saying there is a consumption, the breakdown is missing, and the energy balance diagram in a lot of those reports is not there. Project financing, I think we've just talked about that. We just give it to the facility, we write to them, we tell them this is the cost, we do not tell them what are your options. And that is where a lot of times they just think it has to come from our budget. So now if we move to the ESCOs, then you'll be telling them, I can come and fund this, and then we'll see how it moves. So what are the financing options that are at their disposal? We've talked about the risks. We need to do the project risk analysis. And those are the main gaps that we need to address in as far as the energy auditors are concerned. Then the gaps in the training programs. I said we looked at the local programs. We had 4 universities. Sorry, we missed out on multimedia. I think I just received a response last night. And they informed that they are also offering a course in energy management, so we are going to include that in the final report. But otherwise, we had only 4 universities. That is UON, JKUAT, KU, and Moi University. So University of Nairobi and Moi University are the ones whose programs are focused on energy management. JKUAT and KU, they are more on the technology. So that's the distinction between the two. So now we are going to add MMU. So we looked at the local universities versus what is being offered out there. so that we can see what is missing. So in as far as the short courses, we looked at where have people attended these trainings and what are they. So what's missing? Basically, we do not have any optimization of energy consuming systems. We do not have energy efficiency in building sectors locally. We do not have financial engineering for renewable energy. I think we just had now, if you go into a project, you're proposing solar PV, go ahead. So how do you evaluate that? If you're going to recommend solar water heating, how do you evaluate that? So we need to have some knowledge on the financial engineering. The operation of energy service companies, this is something that is very new that is coming. So we need to be taught a few things. We need to learn a few things on the ESCOs before we dive into that. Now, what is missing in as far as the programs go? Those were the short courses. These are not necessarily offered by the universities. In as far as the university courses, the postgraduate courses are concerned, one of the things that we noticed is that we do not have any university that is running an active postgraduate diploma program. Now, the importance of a postgraduate diploma program is for people who are not necessarily getting into research. You just want to enhance your knowledge. You'll just go for a short time, 1 year. Actually, a postgraduate program is usually 1 year. And it is very practical. Within that 1 year, you're done and you've enhanced your knowledge. So this is something that is missing in the country. There is no university that had an active postgraduate diploma for those people who are not necessarily going into research, but they are practicing in the industry. Then none of those programs had practical work in designated facilities. I think someone commented, it's just theory. You'll come, we'll teach you, and then out you go. Suppose we want to integrate, you need to go to an industry or facility, not necessarily an industry, to a facility and conduct a real audit, guided of course. It will be guided. You'll come out a better person. You'll have the skills, not just the knowledge, but you'll have the skills of conducting an energy audit. We seem to have omitted green buildings. And of course, green buildings, they go beyond energy, but we have a role to play in green buildings. So none of those has green buildings. Appliances efficiency. We said in Kenya, one of the regulatory tools that we have is on appliances. And in any case, the domestics, we are going to achieve that through the appliances, developing more MEPs for more appliances than the 6 that we have. And none of those courses is teaching regulations, standards, and best practices. So we need to incorporate that as well so that we can see how the regulations that govern us in other countries as well, and therefore we go global as we are thinking we should. Okay, so now having looked at the gaps, how do we bridge them? The short courses, they are those of us who've been in the field, and I think I like what Fenwick's told us, is a continuous process. There's no single day you'll ever sit and say, I understand everything about energy management. In fact, all the time I do an audit in a facility, I learn something new. Because for me, what's exciting about energy audits is that you have to do research. What I did in a different facility, now when I come to a new one, I need to understand what you're doing. Your equipment may not necessarily be, it could be the same industry, but your equipment or processes are very different from what I have encountered. So every time we have to learn and enhance our knowledge. So that's why we need to keep the short courses for those of us who are already in practice, not necessarily those who are coming in, but those who are already in practice. So energy systems optimization is very key, because we are saying we are done with the individual equipment. Yes, there is this motor that is oversized. So now let's look at that whole process. There's the compressed air system. There's the steam system. Let's look at the whole process. Where is that steam being used? Then financial analysis of energy savings. I think I've talked about that a lot. And project financing and performance contracting, we already talked about that. Risk assessment, I think this is something that has not been covered before. But even the new regulations, there are draft regulations, let me not call them new, they are not yet new. They are still in the draft stage, so the draft regulations require that we do risk assessment of those energy efficiency projects that we propose. Now, we noticed that there is a weakness in the M and V. the M&V process, defining the MEV process. We are not saying that you become CMVP, but at least you should have a good basic, let me call it basic, understanding of M&V process. Before, for those who want to seek certification, that's fine, but you need to have some basic knowledge of measurement and verification. Then the energy management regulations and standards, basically I guess a lot of us understand the regulations, but the standard, I think a lot of us, according to what we got back, a lot of us do not know much about the standards. They were quoting the wrong standards for what they should follow in an energy audit. Then improving on energy audit report writing. I think I have learned a lot from Fenwick's. Fenwick's, I can say, is a good writer, right? A lot of us have attended a lot of his webinars, isn't it? I have learned a lot. Even his work, he reviewed a lot, and I appreciate a lot Fenwick's. So they are good writers. I come across good writers, and it is you communicate. One of the things that I think I learned a while back, the higher you go, the more it becomes, you simplify things. And I think I was amazed when I met my supervisor and he said, Karen, you have to keep it stupidly simple, his principle. And I wondered, when we were in primary school, we were made to memorize vocabularies and use them in compositions and write very complex English. He told me, keep it stupidly simple. That's the way to communicate. So if we can adopt that, what becomes very easy. So this is very. So for the postgraduate program, we are not prescribing anything. We are basically saying, what are the bare minimums, the topics that we think can be included in the minimum? Then you can have everything else to make your programs more marketable. So the first thing we are talking about, energy management and auditing, the modeling and optimization. Remember, these MSc levels, so now they can model and optimize things. I have energy measurement techniques, instrumentation and control for energy systems, because a lot of times you're telling these people, go to industry, and a lot of things have been automated. If they do not know anything about instrumentation, how are they going to implement that? Material and energy balance, I think there was a weakness in terms of the energy balance diagram that we came across. Measurement and verification, they must know, because we are saying now we'll be taking up the whole project, from implementation all the way to verifying that you are achieving some improvements. Energy efficiency in buildings, we are saying there is a weakness in that, so can we offer a bit of that? And the transport sector is also very key. And of course, the financial and project management, energy, climate change, and carbon trade. I said we need to go beyond the energy management. So that's where we get into the economics. Not just what is related directly being related to finances, what is that extra social that we can bring on board so that we sell this. And that's why we need to include that. Energy economics and planning is also very key. I think Hannes is the one who told us about what are the costs. What is that energy mix that we are talking about? So we need to have a bit of energy economics and planning so that we are able to move the sector forward. In terms of the energy managers, what short courses? Because these are not, I think the draft regulations, if you are an energy auditor, you can also become an energy manager. Energy auditor is higher than the energy manager. So if you are an energy auditor, then you'd be accredited as an energy manager. But now, if you just want an energy manager, remember we just specified certain courses that they need, trainings that they need to undertake. So the first thing we said is they need to be familiar with energy efficiency and energy management. The implementation, energy efficiency program implementation, reporting and evaluation is very key because they're the ones who are overseeing this. Then operations and maintenance, practices and requirement of O&M, financing energy efficiency projects, and performance contracting. We are talking about ESCOs. These are the people who should guide their facilities when you go as an ESCO that you want to sign a contract with them. So you are not meeting someone who totally has no clue. You're the one calling the shots. You're the one who has the technical knowledge and the one who knows about contracting. So they should have an idea of what is this performance contracting that we are talking about. Contract development and project management, we talked about that. There'll be metering, there is monitoring, and there is targeting. They're setting targets for their facilities that they're achieving these now. They've already achieved that, and therefore they move to the next level. And because you'll be doing the measurement and verification with them, they need to have some basic understanding. What is this M&V? So that's why we are recommending that there should be an introduction to M&V. Then energy management regulations and standards, so that, again, they stay in line with the regulations and the standards that have been set. And we cannot overemphasize the effective communication for them, because we are saying they are talking to the top management, they are talking to the operator, so they need to bridge this whole gap from the cleaner to the top management, and that's why for them effective communication is very important. So now, that is as far as the gap. We had other recommendations. I think this has already been mentioned. We need to develop training programs for households and the building sector. Those are coming on board. They've not been there. We've focused on industries. We have lately focused on buildings, the commercials. We've focused on institutions, but we've not focused on the households and the building sector per se. So we need to develop the training programs for those two sectors. Then we need to develop customized curriculum for energy management, audit, and measurement and verification. Ours here, I think that has already been said, so that that is for application within our Kenyan conditions. Now, right now, the certifications we get are from the US. Does that necessarily apply here? So that's why we are talking about the local, customized for our own use. Then those programs, once they develop, if you don't accredit them, does it help us? No, then they need to be recognized. So that's why we are talking about, not recommendation, but accreditation of those programs that we are talking about for certified investment grade auditors and certified energy saving verifiers. So here I'm not talking about CMVP. If there is that ESCO, you need to know how to verify that they are savings. You implemented. So who is that who will come as a third party to really make sure that, yes, what you've implemented, that the savings that you are claiming are the ones that you are actually accruing. Then we need to develop specialized sectoral training. I think Sylvester gave that example. We have the tea industry. Out there, the Americans, the Europeans, the whoever's, do they have tea? They have read it, but they do not understand as best as we do. So that's why we are saying now, let's stop talking about generally, you are an energy auditor who knows it all. Can we specialize? If I am calling upon Sylvester, he can audit this type of a facility. He's in cement. The other person is an expert in the dairy industry. The other person is very good in the tea industry, and so on and so forth. So we create specializations as we grow. Then here we are talking about the energy committees. The energy manager does not work alone. They work with a committee. If you go to a committee that knows nothing about energy management, your work will be very difficult. So we are proposing, can we have a course or a training program for that level? Just basic understanding. This is what energy management is all about. This is what we expect, and therefore it does not go into the details. Don't take them into the details of what energy management is. Just basic understanding for the committee members. If we grew up being told, switch off that light, close that tap, and so on and so forth, by now, wouldn't we have that culture? Why is it that we say behavior, when we make recommendations, and there are those that require behavioral change, it becomes very difficult or it lapses. After some time, people forget. If you had been told right from the day you could reach a switch, you enter a room and you switch off. I mean, when you're leaving a room, you switch off. And it is only when you're coming in that you switch on. Wouldn't it be in all of us by now? So that's why we are saying, let's integrate energy efficiency from the very early stages. I think with this policy, this may be the right time. The fact that changing the education system, if we integrated it at this point in time, then I think we shall see the fruits much, much later. In another 10 or so years, you won't have to go and tell anyone, switch off these lights, you need to change this tap, you need to close the tap. They already know what they are wasting is money. So with that, that brings me to slightly more than 1 hour, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daktari. So I think we'll open it up to the plenary. Maybe the first question will come from me. He gave us a good indication of the distribution of skills for energy managers in facilities, where we had more than 60% of the energy managers having a degree. Maybe just to be sure that the degree is in electrical, is in engineering, sorry, not any other degree. Maybe when you come back, you'll be able to clarify that. So we'll have it this way. We'll have a mic going round. My colleague Osia will be assisting in that. We picked 3 questions from the physical, people attending physically, and then we have 1 question or comment from someone who is online on Zoom, so that we're able to manage both audiences.
Yes. Okay.
So maybe Hasid will assist in passing the mic as you manage the online audience.
Thank you, Karen, for that wonderful, let me call it wonderful presentation. I think I was kept alert throughout the presentation. It really captured my thoughts. Now, I have 2 questions. One is that industry of tomorrow is moving towards industry 4.0. And industry 4.0 will focus majorly on the Internet of Things. Is it the right time now to bring that into the energy management and energy efficiency today in this region? Or we will wait and lag behind so that we play catch up when that hits this space? Number 2 is I wanted, maybe we should discuss something around, I don't know whether you say domesticating or customizing the trainings for our energy managers, energy auditors, and energy professionals. It is a good thing. But are you seeing a scenario where then we shall be fighting to get accreditation or recognition on the international stage once we go local? Maybe we should discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. Makaka? I think there are questions there on the other side. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Karen, for your presentation. I just have 2 comments. One is, I think in the skills, the requisite skills and knowledge for the auditors and the professionals, there's this bit on electricity bills. I think from experience is that it needs some understanding or skill in analyzing it, and specifically when it comes to, we know Kenya Power sometimes do not bill clients correctly, and one of the things is that ability to be able to identify such anomaly. And it comes in 2 forms. One is either your meter readings are, in excess, or there is the aspect of clans that withhold taxes, and you find that when you withhold tax, that bit goes to KRA, and Kenya Power needs to update it in the subsequent bills. But sometimes you end up paying KRA, and you also pay Kenya Power. So there's an aspect of double billing or double payment in that respect. So I don't know if maybe you need to include that so that that aspect is well covered for the professionals to understand the electricity bill. The other aspect, of course, is proposal writing. I think auditors or energy professionals, I think, need to develop or need to have the skills of proposal writing. For example, you have a very good idea to implement an energy efficiency idea, but sometimes when you present it to management, you need to present it in a manner that they are able to understand and implement. So sometimes you need to put it in terms of a proposal writing, energy efficiency proposal writing. So that is something that I think also needs to be taught to our professionals, such that they're able to present, an energy efficiency proposal in a manner that, the organizations are able to appreciate and implement. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the right, then we'll come back.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Karen, for the good presentation. I think I was pleasantly surprised, not pleasant, but surprised by the fact that we don't have a active postgraduate diploma in this field. Maybe as we propose it, we may want to find out why the one at University of Nairobi is not going on yet. At the moment, because what I knew is the energy management program at the University of Nairobi had the postgraduate component and the full MSc component. So maybe just as part of validation to check first if indeed that program is not going on yet. And then if that is the case, then even as we propose for another program, we may need to find out how we'll be able to surmount that challenge. Otherwise, good proposals on having local certification, complete with accreditation, and I think it is possible to do that. And even after accreditation, it's possible to have them recognized internationally, because through bodies like KENAS, these are bodies that are connected internationally for reciprocity. If we are recognizing qualifications from without the country, there's a laid down program or procedure through which qualifications within the country can be recognized outside, which to me should not be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannes. That's Hannes Muhongo from IPEA, the Vice President. He's one of the partners for this event.
Thank you so much. My name is John Langat, and with regard to thank Dr. Kellen for her contribution, the amount of work she's put in, and I think I need to mention specifically the part where it involves financial modeling. I think the gap ends with the report, and I think, as Albert said, there's need to train perhaps the energy managers on proposal development. Or in our industry, I work in the tea industry, normally we would do board papers. We would do a board paper, so which clearly outlines like the cost-benefit analysis. So I think the gap here is cost-benefit analysis and what financial modeling should be recommended. to me, that's how I find it as a challenge. Then two, on as Makaka mentioned on the Internet of Things, I think there's need further training. There's need for further training on metering, especially net metering, which can help energy managers and engineers monitor processes remotely, or even not even remotely, collect data, production data, and map those production data to kind of produce an analyzed report. You find that most net metering solutions only give you consumption on power consumption on equipment. But now we need to go further and develop the metrics for particular equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Doctor, if those are enough, or do we pick a few more? Maybe two more. Yeah. So there's a hand here and one online. Is there anyone? Okay.
Thank you. I think I had the advantage of being on the path of the microphone. Just quick ones. Number one, let me start by saying the person who was asking about the billing training, that of course, just to mention that we represent the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. My name is Isaac Ndereva. We have been approaching Kenya Power on the various bidding errors that they have been having. So, but we also do training, and we are NITA certified. So in case you feel that you don't have the money, of course it's an expensive thing, because it also assists you in getting your money back. And it happens in 3 levels. Number one, you can be conned by Kenya Power. I say conned because sometimes they know what they are doing. And even when we go to the TV, all our interviews, we will say that they know what they are doing, because you will rarely find that you have been underbilled. All the time you are overbilled. They bill you on the time of use tariff. They don't do good calculation, so they might deny you your savings because of not acknowledging that you have surpassed the threshold. Then the accuracy of the billing is a challenge. You find that when they are computing, sometimes they will overcharge you, pretending that there are errors. The other thing that they use is that the outstanding bill is always different from the monthly bill, especially if you are a small customer. For those big customers, the values are almost the same. So, and then lastly, like what my friend has said there, they have a problem in acknowledging the payments. If you paid a certain amount from the previous month, or rather if you had some refund through the withholding tax, they don't acknowledge that. So all those are chapters within the training that we normally offer. But then what I pointed out from the presentation is that we have very many trainings that have been proposed. But the challenge is who are these trainers who are supposed to be training? Or rather, are we having, are we certified to train the things we have seen there as ourselves? And then number two, what are the qualifications for you to be a trainer? Like, for example, I know as an auditor, and from the civil society organization we also come from, we can be able to train energy managers. What are the prescribed training for those trainers? So that we know whether all of us here can train, or who should be paid, supposed to be how much. I will be very surprised if I come here and then I will still find the Daktari training me again. So, I mean, those are the only concerns I had. But I am sure she will be able to answer what are the qualifications of the trainers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll stop there. We'll take one more online so that we respond to those ones. I'm just also surprised that Ndereva is offering training and I'm not aware. And I'm the regulator. On a lighter note, but it's good also you tell the regulator you're offering training. We can support you, definitely.
the opportunity. This is Richard speaking. Thank you, Dr. Karen, for the training. It has been insightful, and I know if followed up, things should and will change. Now, I'll start with the last concern with Engineer Ndereba, talking about training. I'm just wondering how EPRA can come in to fill this knowledge gap that we have. Talking of this auditor to auditor, where we can learn from each other. In that case, I don't know whether Dr. Karen was able to note that there are times when auditors will learn from other auditors, and that, of course, should be practical. And I want to propose that also EPRA takes this up where they know a particular auditor is good at a particular thing, because we are peers, and at the end of the day, we want to make the energy industry in Kenya good. So how about having a peer-to-peer training or to fill this knowledge gap? That is number one. Number two, the question of the implementation. I once presented an audit report to a facility, and they went to the point of mentioning, you know what, this seems to be logical. We can implement this. We think the previous audit did not look at the logic of this. So how do we present this report? What is necessary? I don't know whether EPRA allows that. What is necessary to a facility to implement, to give them motivation to move forward in the efficiency? Of course, if all facilities note that this is something that is meant to make them grow, then we have an audit industry where people are yearning to do audits rather than keeping off from the audits. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard. We have heard you. So I'll give Dr. an opportunity to respond, but as she comes, I think we have a few participants here who will not keep quiet because some of the questions touch on their mandate. We have ministry, we have IPEA, we have KM. You'll definitely have to tell us how we move forward from here. Let it not be EPRA. Of course, we want more responsibility, but there are key players here who will be able to assist us in responding some of the questions. So in terms of peer-to-peer review, how EPRA can assist, I think Caroline will answer that. On the qualifications of the trainers, Dr. Msonye will assist us in that. So, Daktari, you can assign any other question also, if you feel the right person is around.
Thank you very much for helping me with things. I don't have an answer for Sylvester's Internet of Things. I think it's us to decide. I wouldn't call it the Internet of Things. We'd have to package it in a way that it is emerging issues. Because today it's Internet of Things. Tomorrow, what is it? We do not know. So I think I'll capture it as emerging, is it technologies or what? So thank you. Yes, I'll capture that as emerging technologies to be covered so that we are not just stuck to where we are today, so that even the trainers need to follow the trends in the market. I think the recognition of the programs, Hannes has tried to answer that we have recognition. There is a process that you go through so that we can have the programs recognized outside of Kenya internationally. So I hope that satisfies you, that we should not worry about international recognition simply because it's our own local customized programs. There is a name I missed. If at all he said the name, the gentleman next to Sylvester, I think I might have missed the name or you did not say your name. Who? Albert, huh? Okay, so sorry for that. I didn't understand what you actually meant with the taxes. That you pay KRA and then you still come back, Kenya Power, you are paying them. if you can, I don't know, the referee did also not talk about that. He told us about the errors. So just tell us a little bit more about the taxes.
Yeah. So basically, this is something I also did not know, but I had a chance to work in an organization where I was an energy manager. So I was reviewing the electricity bills, and I think in one of the facilities I was able to note that Kenya Power had overbilled them by I think over 3.5 million. This facility was averagely being charged 400,000. While they were supposed to be paying around 135, 150,000. So that's one. So now, when it comes to the withholding tax, when you looked at the electricity bills, of course, the tariffs, those other charges that are there, per charge and the rest of other charges, then now you go to total monthly bill. Before total monthly bill, there is the VAT, 16%. So there's that component of the VAT amount. So maybe let me say it's 10,000. So if you are a withholding agent, then you withhold. Right now I think it's 2%. So you are not going to pay the whole total monthly bill, but there's a component which is 2/16 times that VAT component amount that you're going to withhold. So your total monthly bill less the withholding that withholding component, that 2/16 times the VAT amount. So now it shows that you paid your bill less that amount, okay? And of course there are people who are withholding much. Maybe someone is withholding 100,000, 80,000 or thereabout, depending on your total electricity bill. So whenever you withhold that amount, Kenya Power is supposed to update it in your next bill, okay? Normally they call it compensation or something. So if you're not keen, then they will not update it. So it will appear as an outstanding bill in your total amount payable in that invoice. So normally, of course, those who pay these bills are financial guys. So they will look at the bill, total amount payable is this, they pay. So you had paid KRA, and in the subsequent month, you still pay, Kenya Power. And you keep on withholding, and you keep on paying. So you pay KRA and you pay Kenya Power. So that's a skill that energy professionals need to have in their facilities. They need to always check that that bit of withholding tax is updated in the subsequent bills, such that you are not, double paying, paying KRA and paying Kenya Power. I hope it's clear.
Thank you very much. I think. Is that specified in the finance bill? Where would you capture that? Is it under the finance bill? Yeah, but all these refunds and whatever you're supposed to pay, isn't it in the finance bill? Where is it captured? Because I'm trying to figure out taxation. So we capture a topic on taxation. Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out, what do I call it? So thank you very much for bringing up that. Under VAT Act. Huh? So in this, where we probably need to agree is, in terms of energy management, what we capture is at. Yes, Eustace. You're off. His white mask is thick.
In energy management, you talked of billing and financial analysis. Those are the things you do in the energy billing, because you need to understand all the components of the energy bills, so that in case It's not within the law. And also you talked about energy managers and energy auditors understanding the law. So all the laws relating to billing, taxation, that's where the training should come about at any time. And in any case, that is why the energy auditor should be going for what we call skills upgrade. If the taxation laws change, the energy manager should be trained on that, so that now they can be able to guide the facility, especially on what should be done. And I think that is what the deliver is supposed to be doing, always to keep the laws in track and inform the energy. The only problem I understand with our energy professionals, once you are licensed, you think everything is done. You stop going for any trainings. You don't want to pay unless they are free.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we agree now we are getting into the actual topics, but the moment we capture that we need to know about the laws, the rules, it will be right in there? Albert, you are okay with that?
No, I'm okay with that. I think this is specific. Huh? This is specific to the electricity bill. And you know, in your consumption, it's all about the cost. Once you have consumed your bill, but the utility supply. So if you're not understanding that bill, whether you understand the law of taxation and all that, and you're not understanding your bill, then there's a problem. And I'm giving a specific case here. Okay? A specific case here which so many people agree with me is a problem. The REBA says he's aware of it. So people need to be trained on that. Auditors, professionals need to be trained on understanding the bill in the Kenyan context. And the withholding tax keeps changing. Last time it was 6%, it came to 2%, you know. So when that changes, you need to know how those calculations are done, and you are able to verify and ensure the billing is correct. Because it's part of the cost that goes to the organization. If you're paying KRA and you're paying Kenya Power, that's double payment, which again is not right.
Excuse me, Karen, let me just contribute to this, but my feeling is that this is the very reason why we insist that there should be professionalism in energy management at farm level, so that we transfer the responsibility of analyzing bills, understanding tariff from the accountant or the financial officer to where it belongs. And once we do that, what we are discussing here on double billing, cross billing, multiple billing will become a thing of the past. And I think it's important that we insist that Fenwix should push the regulation to make sure that we have energy professionals at the farm level.
Okay, thank you for that. I think what Albert is saying makes sense. You see, it's the same way I go to the facilities and I find belts are not working. We have around a 5-groove drum having only 2 belts working. But see, now when we are doing this kind of workshop, I cannot tell her, insist on belts. What she's saying is she's insisting on a wholesome approach. So when we'll be now developing the exact curriculum, is when you now come in and say, put the following points. Because you see, she talked about brevity here. We are talking of KISS. Keep it straight and simple. So this report, when she writes and it starts talking about VAT in bills, I know DTU will ask me if that's okay. I'll tell them it's not okay, because we want a high-level document like this one. Then now internally, because we are going to make a TOT and of course a curriculum from this. Now we will also bring in stakeholders who are going to look at the specific tasks, because I'm sure all of us who've worked in these facilities, we have these nitty-gritties that people have been getting wrong on, but now we'll put them in the content itself. I want to talk about that because I now have a question to respond to. And I like reading the Chinese history. In the 70s, there was a revolution that made China where it is today. And that Chao Deongping or something, Chaoping, he used to say, when you're crossing the river, you need to feel the stones. So you can't jump. Because a question has been asked, who qualifies to be the trainer in this area? And what we are saying is, we are biting small chunks of this problem. The first one, Dr. Kaberere was supposed to do what's in the objectives of this document. And part of it was not to find out who should be the trainer, was to find out the skill gap analysis, then recommend on what you're supposed to fill the gap. Now from there, we're going to the next step, because we have felt the stones as we cross the river. We are now with the next step of understanding now what is the curriculum first, actually. Now we'll have the things of VAT there, the ones talking about and all that. After we had the curriculum, we now see who is fit to teach this curriculum. So you see, you have to move in definite steps for you to move far, but you can't bite at once and swallow, because we'll have a problem. At the end of the day, we might have something that's not a bit quality. So she has just given us a stepping stone. As I said, we're moving from point A to point B. Point A was to find where are we, and she's now saying we are here. And she's telling us, if you want to go to B, you need to follow the following things. You need this as a starting point. Now, the specific things we'll be doing along the path as we go to B, of course, that's now where we're going next. We are going now to come up with the curriculum itself, which will be very detailed and descriptive as we want. Then we'll also now find out who are these guys who are supposed to be training this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's David over there.
And then immediately following from Dr. Musonye, what next is, what are these recommendations that we are getting from this study? These and others within that strategy that we mentioned, then they will inform the next stage of cooperation or collaboration between the Ministry of Energy and the DTU. Then from there, we'll see how best we can implement the recommendations through a program, and who should do it, and if we need funding, who should we approach? It's a way of now moving from here, we are here, and how do we move next? So it's a process that we are keen to make a follow-up in step to step. And this is the beginning, and I say it is one of the cross-cutting aspects of improving the implementation of the strategy.
Thank you very much, David, for that. I think I started by saying I'm excited. You see, we are still at the beginning. There are so many steps ahead, but we need to be systematic. If we are not systematic, we lose it. Because if we try to do everything at the same time, then we won't get anything right. So I think all of us need to understand where we were. Well, we are almost past that, because now we understand what are the gaps. Now, how do we move forward with that? But being systematic, I think, is very key for us to get to where we want to be. Proposal writing, I think when you talk about the report writing, that will capture that, because basically an energy audit report is a proposal. This is what I've found. This is how it should be implemented, and you're even doing the financial analysis. So maybe we can talk about enhancing, but the writing is that whole process that we are doing. So I don't know, Albert, I think you're the one who initiated the proposal writing aspect of it. Is that well captured? If we put it as the report writing as we had it, that we need to enhance that, do you think we still need to go to a proposal writing?
Before Albert responds, I just want to share with the team in the room that these customers we are looking at, the industry, the commercial buildings, the institutions, they have one question that they'll always ask me, and me meaning myself, that who can really say no when he's seeing money across the board? We say if you went to the office of the World Bank director and you saw him jump through the window the tendency is that you should follow him. Then you ask him when you're on the other side, why were you jumping? So it is important that you jump through the window and this guy should follow you, the investor or the institution owner. So you got to be convincing that you are jumping is not by mistake. When we ask you from the other side why you jumped, you should tell me there is money here so we can share. And that's what these industry owners are looking for, industry captains. So when you see them telling you no, it means they are not jumping with you. So you are not convincing enough. So the question is, can we be convincing enough? And what then do we need to convince this guy to put his money or to jump with you through the window? Thanks.
Yeah, so just to add on what Sylvester said, now with the proposal writing, what I meant is, in an organization, there's the competing, interests, and they have various things they want to do, and the resources are always limited. So from my experience is that you really have to give a compelling case why, for example, they need to change the lighting, to LED ones, because probably for them, that money can be invested in other things to generate more income for them. So by proposal writing, I mean just doing, like John said, cost-benefit analysis in a format that is very much compelling, giving, various reasons why you feel this is important. And sometimes you also bring other aspects, not just money only, the reputational, aspect of the organization, and even attracting other interest, international and the rest. So you have to package it in a way that when the organization reads it, then, they look at it seriously. Otherwise, they'll just be pushing it over if you don't package it in a way. So from my experience, is that you need to write a compelling proposal giving the cost-benefit analysis, and not just financial. Other benefits also needs to come out. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Maybe we give it to Engineer Mangerere, but try to be simple.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to appreciate the presentation by Dr. Karen. That was a wonderful presentation. And shall we give her another hand of applause? Now, having said that, I want to say that I am one of the trainers in energy management and in energy auditing for more than 10 years. In fact, I conducted my first energy management and energy auditing training in 2008 through Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So I have been listening to this presentation, and I note with appreciation that there is quite an amount of new material that needs to be introduced in terms of training our people, so that we can enhance the competence in energy auditing and in energy management in this country. I was looking at what actually impacts on the quality of audits. And I just noted a few things here. In our experience, the quality of audit will depend on whether it's a general audit or an investment grade audit, because the level of detail that you put into the report will depend on those two. And the categories are also associated with the level of remuneration for the audit. And therefore, the level of effort by the auditor will depend on how much is expected in terms of remuneration. But you see the customer, who is the industry, the commercial setup, or the institution, normally will go for the cheapest. And the cheapest might not have the necessary experience, may not have the correct combination, because you see, when you're going to do out an energy audit, you need a combination of expertise. You will have the mechanical engineer, you will have the electrical engineer, the chemical engineer, and other professionals. So depending again on the level of remuneration, yeah, you will bring on board a team that will be able to produce a report that will be useful to the organization, again, depending on the amount of money that is expected. Of course, the quality of the audit will depend on the professional and academic qualifications of the members of the audit team. We have noted that in this presentation, we have qualifications of auditors like CEM, CMVP, CA. All these qualifications enable the auditor to be exposed to quite a number of topics that have been enumerated. So we want to, on behalf of the Association of Energy Professionals, I want to say that we wish to continue to promote these courses for the members of the association, most of whom are here today. That's the CEM, CMVP, CEA, and other professional courses. The quality of the audit will also depend on the experience of the auditor. The adequacy in use of measuring instruments. We are aware that there are some auditors who conduct audits without adequate instrumentation. So adequacy of the instrumentation that you use is very important in the final product. So that is an area, again, that we need to work on, because we are saying there's a gap in the skills, but also in addition to that, you have to ensure that you have the right, type of equipment or instruments to be able to conduct the measurements. Of course, reference to the standards, there is the minimum energy performance standards, the KS 50001, primary and secondary data analysis, technical and financial analysis. And this now brings me back to what my friend was talking about here, Albert. We have had training in this country focusing on financial analysis, analysis of electricity bills, and project proposals, basically building a business case. So if you are able to build a business case, that should be able to address your concern, because, and this has been done through the Kenya Association of Manufacturers for a long time, where the participants are taken through the procedure to develop a bankable energy proposal. So that is available again in this country, and all it needs to do is to enhance maybe the scope of coverage in terms of detail that will be appropriate to the organization for which you work for. I wish to say that IPEA, the Association of Energy Professionals of East Africa, is also registered by NITA. And also I work for EMS consultants. I've been working for EMS consultants for many years. We are also registered by NITA. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karen, for this comprehensive work. Few comments. It's good that you have captured the issue on postgraduate training. Recently, I had a discussion with a young graduate, and he told me where he ran energy audit from his lecturer. Unfortunately, the lecturer had never gone to an industry to do an energy audit. So it's like a surgeon teaching a student how to do surgery. So I don't know how that issue is going to be addressed, because there is also a big gap. I like when I see Karen and Dr. Penwicks, that they know what is happening in the industry. And the other issue is, I would like to throw this challenge to IPEA. It's IPEA, it's not AIPK, because they are covering East Africa. I think we need to explore the issue of regional approach to curricular development, so that we can also create opportunities outside Kenya. Because if we have a standardized curricula in the East Africa, it will create opportunities for the professionals in the region. Then, looking at the proposed regulations, you can see that we require more than 3,000, or let's say even 2,000 energy managers. The first CM that was done in the country was in the year 2004. And how many energy managers do we have? Many years later. Probably less than 400 energy managers. So actually, this is an appeal to the ministry and EPRA. Maybe through the strategy, we could have an accelerated kind of program so that we actually upscale the skills of those people we expect to be energy managers in our country. The last issue is on the curricula. 10 years ago, when I worked in Uganda on an energy efficiency program, I realized they have a manual for primary schools on energy efficiency. So we are actually lagging behind this. And through CBC, I think this is an issue that can be taken up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think let's get back on course. I think I was not through with the responses. We were on the proposal writing, and I think Lawrence has pointed out that that used to happen. So are we separating report writing from the proposal writing? Is that what I'm hearing, or do we maintain report writing too? Yes, Eustace.
Because it is trying to explain, the executive summary, it explains to the energy, to the facility owners, what are you going to save? What is the value of what you are going to save? What is the cost of what for you to save? Because so it has to be specifically what kind of proposal are we talking about? Because like the investment grade energy audits, it's a purely a financial and investment proposal. That's why it is called an investment grade audit. So specifically, to me, what should be done is to enhance the communication between the two levels, the energy audit and the facility owners, or the energy manager and the facility owners. And that's why sometimes we should also even have the curriculum now for the bosses themselves, energy efficiency training for the owners, so that they can be able to understand, so that we can be able to have an understanding between the two. Because no matter how you try to make it simple, it should be simple to a certain level of understanding to the other person.
I don't want to cut you short, but I think let's agree. There are some things we have said will be details in the curriculum, right? So the moment we capture there is report writing, can we leave it that we can now, once we get into the details, we can define what that is. But for now, what we understand is there is need for training in report writing. The hands that were up. Can we leave it at that? And then we agree, now when we come to the actual details of what do we want taught, now we can go into all those nitty-gritties of what needs to happen. Okay.
You see, when we talk of everything that we are doing in terms of energy efficiency, we look at the time an auditor goes to the factory or a facility, does the work and brings the result. So when someone talks about proposal writing, from my understanding is you are going to the facility, you are telling them, I am so and so, this is the kind of work I do, I am proposing to do this kind of project for you. Of course, which according to my own understanding, that's something you are supposed to really struggle and understand on your own, how to pitch your business idea to the facility. Then the other things that we're talking about, that's just a report writing issue. That's financial appraisals, measurement verification proposal and everything. That one is already well covered in this document, I think. Okay.
Good. So I think that is settled. Now, there was one thing that Hannes commented on the postgraduate diploma that is surprised that we don't have any. That is what we have, and we are going to find out what happened to the UN. But maybe I can give you some experience. In my department, we offer an MSc in electrical engineering, and we have an option for a postgraduate diploma. I think this country, the last couple of years, we've had a situation where people are going for papers, not because they wanted to acquire the knowledge, but because they want that paper. Well, I also think as a department there was a problem in the way we structured it. We did not address the diploma to that person who's working and just looking at enhancing their knowledge. So somehow the diploma program died because they were taking exactly the same taught courses. The only difference between the postgraduate diploma and the MSc is the fact that the postgraduate diploma you do a project, the MSc you do a thesis. So I guess the way we've structured it could be one of the problems that someone feels, why can't I just get that paper? But we are going to look into that. But I think what we realized is we need something for someone who is in industry and is not interested going deep into research. I think Langat, I have noted the metering, which is one of the proposed topics. I think that was that's captured in our report. And the other one is still proposal writing, which I think we have adequately addressed. And I think after that, there is nothing else because what Dereva raised about the TOTs has been addressed. Richard, online, the peer-to-peer, I don't know whether you attended the last one. We already had one on pumps, yeah? Those of us who attended, it's already happening. We had a very good training by one of our auditors, by Dan, a couple of weeks ago, so that is already happening. Peer-to-peer training is already happening. That was facility motivation to implement. Okay, I think what Sylvester told us about the auditors being able to go from the proposal, now if you may call it a proposal, to implementation, that may address the motivation. You don't need any motivation now. I think he has adequately addressed that. Now, this is an interesting one, what Joseph has just raised. How am I a lecturer and I've never done an audit? How do we address that? Did you get that? How am I training energy efficiency professionals and I'm not practicing? I think that one we need to think at. Already hand up.
Have a solution, but I know Strathmore is in this building here. Ignatius was here. In Strathmore, there was we developed a curriculum which is similar to the one Professor Makoha developed in Moi. And in that curriculum, there is a new unit. I'm proud to say I'm the one who developed that syllabus for that unit called Practicum Design. I don't know if there is any other university offering the Practicum Design where we will be having students write the proposal that Serikali is talking about there. After writing a proposal to do an energy audit, they will be going to do the audit itself and coming up with the recommendations in a given facility. So that's what we are looking at, and I think it's a very good thing that we adopt that mostly for MSc. Either they do a capstone project or just they go and do the work practically in the facility and they come up with results. Of course, then someone will ask next, the lecturers, of course, then the requirement should be that someone taking that unit should be an auditor or something close to that. Thank you.
I think I have no problem with the student going to do the project. The issue is, I am teaching you, but I've never done any audit. And these, we cannot go to the universities to prescribe. That's where the problem. I think Sylvester's hand was up. There's another one and another one.
Yeah. Yeah, one of our approaches to addressing that issue has been working with institutions of higher learning, basically creating partnerships in the sense that we really want, because our courses are structured to have a practical element towards the end. And once we have that partnership, then we can how to work with you through our training program and expose you to real industry, a real audit, because we're working with auditors in this room to advance that agenda. So our trainings are structured to have a practical, and that practical element is targeting, of course, young graduates who are coming out with no experience, and even the tertiary level institutions that are taking on energy training. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much. That seems to address part of it, that whoever has no exposure can work with KEM. I think I'll include that partnership.
I want to assume what the students told Jogona was a place released from the lecturer, not that the student was trained on doing energy audit by the lecturer. I want to assume it was information. But as much as we have tried to make fun of CBC, energy auditing cannot be a classwork affair. You have done several energy audits. It cannot be a classwork affair. It has to be, somebody has to be trained by another person who is doing the job. It should be purely an industrial training. It's like mason. You cannot train a mason in the classroom. He has to go to he has to go do the dressing of the stones, he has to do the excavation, he has to do whatever he is doing there. And that's why, as I think Phoenix have put it very well, we are going to come with the structures of who should train. That's the idea. Who should train? Not just going to the Google. I can go to the Google and tell you very nice things about energy audits, energy management. But we want somebody who will tell me, I normally do like this and this and this and this.
No, my concern here, Eustace, is even now, the regulator recognizes, I'll bring you a certificate I have MSc. You don't ask me who trained me. And I think that is what Joseph was raising.
I think that's why if you find the regulations were very clear, there is academic training, MSc in energy management. Then you must have done at least.
Okay. So that means Joseph's concern is not...
academic is, do you know how to read and write?
There was a hand at the back. Maybe they'll give us another partnership. At least now I have one partnership I can record. There is a hand at the back. I have a partnership with the KEM of the university lecturers or the trainers at the university level. So go on.
Thank you, Dr. Keberere, for the good work, and also to the officers from EPRA. Okay, I think that we are kind of mixing a lot of things, and if we mix too many concepts, we are bound to lose direction. You see, there is the term upskilling that has been used quite a lot. But you cannot upskill people by putting them in a room and teaching them some theoretical concepts. Yes, you will be teaching them and maybe building a foundation, but that is not upskilling. And we have to acknowledge that to continue, upskilling is a continuous process. We all need to upskill continuously, but it happens outside the envelope, outside the walls of the classroom. After the theoretical foundation, then we have to progress. So the question is, how do we progress? We do not progress by diminishing the impact of whatever has happened in the classroom. No, that's not how we do it. So to the question as to how are you a lecturer and you do not practice, I would say that you're a lecturer because you teach the theoretical foundation that is necessary, because there is no way we are going to expect somebody to be competent in analyzing a boiler and steam system without fundamentals of thermodynamics. They must be able to understand how to read a steam table. And it's not cast in stone that they're going to go out there and the first person they meet is competent in that. So that part is important. Now, when we move out of the classroom, it's a joint effort. So now, there is a lot of emphasis on the certifications, and people are calling them qualifications. They are not. They are certifications. Now, CEM, CMVP, CEA, whatever we call, whatever certifications are there, are really complementary to the theoretical foundation that we get in the classroom, because they're just short, they're just filtered, but they are pegged on the theoretical foundation. Now, a critical question would be that of all of us here, because most of us here have gone through these things, are we proud to say that we are, super competent? There are so many CMVPs here, but how many of them have participated in proper MNV, IPMVP adherent MNV procedures? How many here can develop a competent MNV plan? Yes, we have the plastered certifications in our CVs. So it's a continuous thing, and we have to all look at it as a holistic thing. The idea of, for example, I think it was called peer-to-peer something, can be attained if organizations like IPEA pull up their socks and increase the membership and encourage these types of participations, because then we learn from each other moving forward. It cannot happen in a classroom, all in a classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding us that when we graduate, we are given the powers to read and to lead. I think I have basically addressed anything that I did not address that was raised. I think we've basically addressed, you raised a question that I've not addressed, or you want to give me a new one. I am looking at what I had. First and foremost, I think basically I have addressed everything, so I hand it over to Nixon so that he decides whether we have another round.
Daktari said, keep it short and simple. I thought they meant in speech and also in writing. Unfortunately, in speech, we are not keeping it short. So we have consumed half of the time for the questions. So I don't know whether we should take one more round. What do we think? But unfortunately, if you are going to talk, not someone who has already spoken, we'll start with the ones who haven't spoken. But even as we plan to do that, there's one thing, Daktari, maybe you missed out on intellectual property, or how we should be able to have that in energy efficiency, and it was raised by Makaka. To me, it's an important aspect, considering that there's some knowledge we generate. I know, for instance, there is a factory in Kenya trying to research on use of the flower stalks to generate biogas. I haven't seen that elsewhere. And there's quite a lot of data that has been generated. So maybe that's something that you should be able to look at. So we'll take 3 questions, and they have to be unique questions. We'll start with Professor Makoha.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Kerel, for that very informative presentation. I just have a comment, not really a question. You reiterated that one of the areas that we should improve on in terms of energy efficiency is the building sector. And you mentioned that there's some weakness in terms of the training for the building sector. I would like to reiterate that from the experience I have in the building sector, one of the areas that we need to improve on training is the standards and regulations, as well as the building codes. I think that should come out strongly in our training, because I noticed that most of these structures, buildings, it's the structural engineers and architects who actually kind of drive the projects, and then the mechanical engineers and electrical engineers who actually come in after the project is handed over to the user. And that means that things like electricity, water, and the rest, those services are usually in the hands of people like energy managers, mechanical engineers, and electrical engineers. You find that they are on the periphery, and therefore when it comes to commissioning and operationalizing of the facility, these people usually do not have adequate understanding of the standards and the codes to be able to kind of ensure that whatever equipment or plant that's installed in those buildings meet the standards and are installed to the required specifications. So I think it's important that as you go in to look at the energy efficiency or to assess the energy efficiency in that building, you also need to understand the standards, the codes, and whether or not those systems have been properly installed. And therefore, for me, efficiency should start right from the conception of the project and the design stage before even you start using the facility. So we need to reinforce that training at the level of standards and codes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. There's someone at the back.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Geberege. I think that was a very good training. Most of my questions, I think, have been captured. That one of standards, which is very good. Another one was on Industry 1.0, which is also covered. I don't want to go into it. I'll go specifically to three questions, which I think should be considered. One of them is global practice. As you're aware, in the industries, if you're working in international industries, there are standards like WCM, which details how systems, every system in industry operate, and it captures specifically how energy is done. WCM incorporate all other standards you have heard of, the TPM, the Kaizen, and all that standards. And most companies are using them. So my question here is, how can we integrate this or select one standard which we should actually put into the training and select as a best practice, which should guide methodology, maybe energy management methodology for future energy managers, maybe as per the draft regulation. My second question is on, I saw in the presentation, the Daktari captured very well the specialized industries. I'm telling you, you cannot audit a cement industry or a sugar industry if you have never been there before. That is something which IPRA should take very carefully so that some top industries which are heavy can have special team to audit and give recommendations so that the industry, because what I'm telling you is that I was in one big industries. We wanted to see their energy audit report, and they told me, we don't even look at that report because what the auditors have written is much below what the internal knowledge we have in-house. So that is something which I felt the industry, IPRA, and even in the future training should look at. But my specific addition to that, in addition to specialized industry, we need to look at also specialized technology. What I mean by this is, as we have a team of specialized industry, we should also have at least a team of specialized technology. Like when you talk of a tea industry, you it's a thermal industry. The dryer consumes more than 70% of the Okay, so what I was saying is that in the same line of specialized industry, I was now talking of why can't we also look at specialized technology? By this I mean in specific industry, can we look at when you are auditing this, a team like IPRA or training in the future should look at what specific technology in such industry that should be looked at with a lot of keenness. For example, if it's a tea industry, is it a FBD or a VFBD dryer? If a cement industry, is it a ball mill or a roller mill? If it is dairy industry, is it a one-step sterilizer or a two-step sterilizer?
Okay, thank you. Maybe the last one. There's that hand there so that we close.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. for the presentation. So I think my question will be very short. As an energy auditor, I think the technical skills have been imparted and they are there. I think there are other tools that would enable now that energy auditor to be able to come up with good work. And for this, I'm talking about an example. Is with energy management, there is a lot of data involved. So it's an era of actually, it's big data in itself. So sorry, can we include something on big data, specific courses, so that the energy auditors that are, or energy managers who are working with big data can be able to make sense out of it and be able to work efficiently with it. Thank you.
Thank you. There is one hand here. She's been raising it for a while.
Thank you. So for me, it's just a comment. It's on accreditation. I have heard the training providers here mention that about the NITA. We are recognized by NITA, then maybe we seek some other accreditation from EBK and try to provide value to the professionals, to the energy professionals in the industry. But from experience providing training, what we have realized as innovators is that I
think you could use
that is there. So that is what is differentiating what we have and what is provided by should also think about it.
You can use this.
Okay. Other than NITA, what other value are we providing for them? Because it's like it's not enough. We have been providing training on practical energy auditing, apparently, but when professionals approach us, they want to know who else this course is recognized by who else other than NITA and EBK. So I know Engineer Makaka has given us Mwakenya about getting international accreditation, but then what other value can we add even locally? Yeah, so that's my comment and question. Thank you.
I think Dr. will note those comments and questions and she will take account of that when she's doing the final report in the interest of time. But one of the key things that is coming out is people need value for their money, be it in school. We cannot just close our doors and say, I'll be teaching energy management and I have not been to any facility, that's for sure. The trainees after school will also want to know what extra thing are you offering them, or what extra value are you offering in terms of your program. And what I see is a lot of seriousness required in anyone trying to do any of the programs, whether in school, as part of university education, whether in the field where you're trying to offer the skills upgrade, whether as the regulator where you're supposed to encourage peer review, in addition to definitely what is being done by the sector associations. So before we close, I will invite David from the ministry as we go to the end of the session. And as he comes, everyone has been given a form. On top is written honorarium. Definitely it's not. It's a transport refund. So the first row, where we have indicated the activity, you will put the title of the function, which is available on the program. The currency will be Kenyan shillings. The total amount is 2,500. And then the other details I think you should be able to complete, so that once we are done, as we go for lunch, you'll be refunded your transport.
Thank you, Bukach. Actually, what were we doing here? We were here to look at what Dr. Karen has done for the last 1 year and validate. Validate means the document is authentic, can be quoted, can be used to make decisions. So our appeal as EPRA and as ministry and as DTU is that you look at what she has done. I'm glad a good number have said it is good work. If you'll go through it before the festive season hits you, and your comments, you feel they were not captured very well here, you can share that information with her. The intention is to make the work very smart, useful for everybody. And I'm so glad because the consultant doing the job for the strategy is here. Juguna himself, Inua Mkono. There he is. The experts who reviewed the strategy are also here. Magerere and the team. Those who reviewed the strategy, raise your hand also. 1, 2, Karen, you are also there. Muhong. So we are moving together, all of us. So nobody's left behind, even the rebel. So you can make noise having been in the middle of the making. This is constitutional. The Constitution says we must participate in decision making. And this is one of the decisions that we are making together. And we are going to own it up and plan and say, yes, we are aware, we were part of it. Even some students here were part of it. Can they raise their hands? Students, there are so many. Wow. Imagine you are interacting with your professors and your professionals. Actually, Yule alifanya the first audit. Akitumia equipment borrowed from the ministry is also here. Can he stand? We appreciate him. Amanda. Remind me his name. Is he gone? Mundia. Ni wewe naongea na wewe. Inuka, sisimama, upstanding please. I'm not wasting your time. The students who are here, you are interacting with the powers that be in energy efficiency, and that is one of the, the forces in the field. So this is a big privilege. We make use of the time now during lunch to interact. So thank you very much, our colleague. So it is time now to share experiences briefly. We wish it was a full day so that we can all share. And then as we say that, I stand corrected, and I'm sure we have validated this work. We are ready to receive your comments and input to the document to make it real and useful. Thank you very much for doing that for us. One announcement, because you are here, the professionals, please keep on reading, Googling and getting into the UNIDO wall. UNIDO. There are some consultancies that are coming through that as energy service providers. Take advantage and bid when the jobs come. Very soon, because we are interested and we are working and we are pulling resources for you. Check on what World Bank will be offering as consultancies. Because we are the same persons who will be applying and working for us. And we make use of you. There's no other pool of experts other than the ones I'm seeing here. So be on the lookout. It will be good when I see colleagues bidding and winning, so that, okay, tunataka wazungu wafanye, but when you are here, we know you can do better than them. So please, I look forward to receiving comments from you to Karen, and by grace of God, this work will be ready, and we'll see what we can implement in it. So, Bukach, thank you very much for giving me this last chance to wish everybody good lunch. And I said before, Merry Christmas and New Year.
Thank you. So I think we are coming to the end. My colleague was supposed to give a vote of thanks, but he has requested me to do it on his behalf. First, I would want to thank the persons who are involved in organizing this event. From the time the work started in August last year to conduct a study on the skills gaps in Kenya in energy efficiency, DTU, Ministry of Energy, my colleagues from EPRA, we really appreciate what you have done, and we do appreciate the work that has been put into having this report. We want to thank my colleagues who participated in organizing this particular event today. I know they have done a good job, from our communication team, OSIA, to the hotel, to the various service providers. I think we have done well, and we do appreciate the work that you have done. We also want to thank you, the participants who have come here today, those ones who are following us online, those ones who are here physically. We couldn't have had the event without you coming and making the useful contributions that we have had. I remember there's a time we organized an event as an authority, and we had another function, parallel function by one of the CSS, and the entire media went there, and we didn't have the event. So without you participating, we couldn't have had this event here today. So we also do appreciate what you have been able to do. We also want to thank the consultant, Dr. Karen Kaberere, for the good work that she has been able to do and the insightful presentations that we have had. I can give a confirmation on her behalf that all your input that has been given will be considered when doing the final report, because I'm sure there are people here who will be reviewing to see that the comments which were received this day have been incorporated in the final draft of the report. So to crown it all, we will clap for all of us. And as I've given an indication, as you walk out, there will be two ladies outside there who will be picking these forms. As they pick the forms, they'll be able to transmit money to your phone number. And my colleague Hasid will also be guiding you on the same. So we want to clap for all of us. And we'll do, because I saw most of people here have PhDs, we'll do a 5 factorial. So the first thing you do, you flower. So I think we should flower. Then you do 5 claps. 1, 2, 3, 4. So thank you very much. Lunch is served. So karibuni wakati mwingine. Thank you. So the vouchers are at the exit. So if you get your money, you get your voucher and proceed for lunch.